legal and tax professionals. Now, I'll put a little caveat there. Having said that, I also encourage you to go to wealthcoachuniversity.com, click on the little blue tab that says Advisor Scorecard, and that'll serve you well. And then contact your legal professionals and tax advisors and financial advisors. All right. Quick statement before we bring on Juan Savin. They print money with no limit, out of thin air. No backing, no sacrifice, no skin in the game. We, on the other hand, trade time. We trade our energy. We trade our entire life for it. This isn't an economy. It's an extraction system. Debt is the leash. Inflation is the tax. Ignorance is the cage. The biggest scam isn't money. It's making us believe that this is normal. This is not normal. It's insanity. And we are all enrolled in the program. The system is upside down, and it is being exposed, and it is failing. A new rail is being built. Justice will be served, and a new standard is forming. My fellow Americans, help is on the way, and the best is yet to come. All right, what I'd like to do right now, before we bring our other guests on, joining us live from the Heights in a clean city is Mr. Juan Savin. Juan, thanks for joining us. How you doing, sir?
Hey, great, John.
Thank you for being here. I usually have an introduction prepared for Juan when I do the one-off shows with Juan. I don't have that here. Pardon me, because the man does deserve a proper introduction. But everyone following this broadcast knows Juan Savin, and we'll just suffice it to say he is an international treasure. And thanks for being here, Juan. You know, there's a lot going on in the economy. You certainly know quite a bit about it, having done some extraordinary work back in the Reagan years concerning currencies. What is happening so that the average person can understand behind the proverbial Wizard of Oz's curtain with these massive moves, both up and down, in the silver and gold markets? On a hunch, the central bank has something to do with it. Take it away, Juan. Let's break this down for our audience.
Well, you had, I said to your audience previously that the resistance would be at 90 and again at 120. Hit it right on the head. I mentioned, I think with your audience and certainly with some other audiences, the fact that there had been these banking internal documents, which I had viewed, related to a couple of the large banks back from December, where they had determined that silver by the end of the year, sometime after the end of the third quarter, would be somewhere around 420 in one of the documents. And in another bank, smaller, they speculated it could go as high as 1100. That was a worst case scenario. The best case scenario was something around 420, 421. And that the fight over the next many months was going to be to slow the rate of increase in the value of silver while the banks were clearing their positions. They have taken speculative positions to try to tamp down the price of silver artificially and introduce paper silver, if you will. And that part of the concern is that President Trump had been directing the investigative entities within the banking system to let everybody know that an accounting is forthcoming concerning, their positions. And you have to picture, they have these positions with paper silver that they then, in a stress test, show as being a solid asset that allows them to loan out vast amounts of money against this solid asset. Well, it's just paper. And it, with the rising price of physical silver, it was a threat to their positions. So the internal documents were essentially the legal teams advising management that the regulators are coming. And if they don't want to be forced to liquidate their paper positions at huge losses that threatened ultimately to destroy some of the biggest banks in the world, that they had to unwind these positions. And certainly, as we saw on the last business day before the end of February, that free fall in silver was not normal market conditions. That was an engineered crash to protect a very elite crowd within the banking community. Somewhere down the road, there will be heads that will roll related to that. It's probably a couple of years. And it's not totally wrong. I can hear people, but I want justice now. Okay, well, I get it. But here's the problem. Even in the midst of this huge reset within the global banking business monetary system, everybody in this audience is still able to go buy gas. They're still able to go to the grocery store and transact, go to a bank machine. As I've said, it's the most dangerous part of this whole process is maintaining hull speed for steerage. There's a certain speed below which, if you fall as a ship, you no longer maintaining enough forward momentum to steer the ship. And you can turn the wheel all you want, the rudder runs around, but it's not gliding through the water. And so there's nothing going past the rudder to turn it left or right or like that. You're just at the whim and will of the currents and the winds. And we're in a storm, and the storm isn't anywhere near as bad as it's going to get. People keep talking about, yeah, we're at the edge of the storm, but we're not in the worst of it by far. So in the midst of all of this, there is a responsibility in the course of resetting America and the world to maintain some type of flow and order in this transition period, literally with commerce not occurring, businesses not opening up. And if you unravel it too far, the ability to put it back together goes away from you. And so while we have, for example, civil unrest on the immigration issue, America hasn't fallen into civil war, and that's the real threat. If you remember, I've told this audience and other audiences previously that one of the little snippets within the J6 testimony, while Nancy Pelosi was holding them at the House, is when it was disclosed that after meeting with his personal advisors, I call them Job's advisors, who met with President Trump at the White House December 18th of 2020, Mike Flynn, his brother Joe, Patrick Byrne, Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, others. And the president agreed to let Sidney Powell write up what would be an insurrection document that he could sign like Lincoln did. Reluctantly agreed to let them at least drop a document for him to examine. There isn't one that's on the shelf. Here's the insurrection document, sign it. He agreed to let her put that together for him at the White House and then for review. But overnight, in the early morning hours on December 19th, in the J6 testimony, it came out that President Trump had a meeting with generals at the White House who advised him that in gaming out what would happen if he signed an Insurrection Act document, because he wasn't getting, these people were going to certify an election where there was foreign interference and everybody knew it, without the benefit of any of that disclosure going to the president or to Homeland Security. They were withholding the information from them that we now know there was foreign interference in the election in 2020. Other nations picked our president for us, and our Congress went along with it and put him into office, knowing full well that he was a fraud, that the election had been frauded by foreign countries in an act of war. What they advised the president was, even though it would be right, an insurrection act would be called for, the problem was the country, if he signed it, by degrees would fall into civil war with open conflict between states by late spring, early summer, and that the nation would come off the rails and come apart in civil war. And that in this modern era, that was not a survivable thing. That the destruction to the infrastructure of the country and to the relationships, business relationships, etc., would be such that America as we know it would most likely not survive. And these globalista would prevail. They would win because they would step in, pick the bones of America after we'd internally self-destructed. So he didn't sign an insurrection act. In fact, no document was created by Sidney Powell at that time. Sure, White House pass was denied. Now you look at the financial realm and the same issues exist. In the course of resetting our financial systems and moving monetary printing authority back to the Treasury and tying it to gold and silver minted coin and away from the Federal Reserve, there's a process that has to be in effect. And it's shifting. I was walking in one of the saunas yesterday, and it's got a nice textured marble going in and out of the hot tub and like that. I'm pretty spry, but I'm not a spring chicken. And so I had to be pretty careful as I moved my weight from one side to the other. I didn't want to take a chance and slip and fall. And everything around you is rock, marble. You hit something, you're probably going to break something. So I was very careful as I shifted my weight and walked and got out of there. And you never know if somebody has a little soap around or something slippery. I don't want to slip and fall and get hurt. Well, it's the same thing in this financial situation as we move from one system to the other and move our weight from one way of having things to another. There's a process here and a bit of caution to make sure that we're sure-footed as we go. It makes perfect sense, and that's exactly what's in play. Now, these players did a little scam, rapidly brought the price down artificially, and then miraculously, okay, key financial positions were liquidated at the exact bottom when silver went down into the mid 70s. That'll all be discovered. We'll find out about it later. And there's already been action being taken to not allow that to happen the next time. Silver has come up. Foreign markets, especially Asia, maintained a much higher price and didn't come down with this because the true street value of physical silver is still up there, even now, up over 110 US dollars, Federal Reserve dollars. You can look at the numbers on the markets and the CMA and like that, but physical, actual transactions are well above that. And nobody's letting their silver go, their real silver go at those numbers, just paper silver and positions being liquidated. Dots and tittles on a computer screen, legal authorities. So, with that in mind, with price discovery now in play for silver, where does it ultimately end up? I think the internal documents by the largest silver holder in the banking system, which I had the opportunity to observe as they were being passed around, where they see silver by the end of the year at 420. I think that's accurate, and that was the best case scenario. It could be much higher. Other documents I saw put silver up, over 1,000, near 1,100. I think those are wrong. I think by the end of the third quarter that we're probably somewhere in the 280 to 300 range. But we'll just have to see what price discovery does. Um, uh, it it could very well be lower than that with all the machinations going on, but I don't think it's um, you know under 100. I think it's bare ass minimum somewhere up near 210, and more likely up 280 or 90 as we get into the end of the third quarter and begin the fourth quarter. That's radically higher than it is now. It will also free up silver for industrial purposes. Now, one other thing that people have to think about is that right at this moment, this exact weekend, you have the Super Bowl happening on Sunday, February 8th. It will be telecast in every single country in the world. That's the first time in history. And then immediately thereafter, some of the disclosures, some of the angst is going to be flushed out into the system by design. The team around Trump has done all of their groundwork to prepare for the main attack related to elections, which is the most important thing Trump has on his agenda. More important than anything else during his entire time in public office will be returning honest elections to America, to get the leaders into office that are of the people, by the people, and for the people. That paves the way for other countries around the world to then get honest elections also. For example, here in Japan, I think the lag time before they are comfortable to match America within their election system and begin resetting who's in power and how they got there, probably about 3 years. They need to see that it takes root in America, it's secure, we're the demonstration project for the rest of the world. And then even after Trump is no longer in office, the tenor and tone and direction will have been cast, and other countries will follow. The people that we have physically in the U.S. testifying before grand juries right now about the election frauds from 2020 said that they stole the election here in America, plus 71 other countries around the world. All of those countries are places that we are going to go and help to get honest elections as a result of what we do in America over the next many months. And lastly, how will President Trump do that? An executive order alone is not enough. For example, the 107th executive order that Trump signed during his current time in office was March 25th of 2025. Signed at 1:07 in the afternoon, by the way. And that executive order directed all of the states and counties around America to clean up their voter rolls and remove anybody as a voter who had duplicate votes, their address wasn't correct, they were voting in, say, multiple states, or lots of voter rolls with people 300 years old voting. Seriously? So, how many of those states and counties actually corrected their voter rolls based on the executive order by Trump last year, which was 180 days to comply and clean up their voter rolls? Virtually none. Zero. They said, well, we don't have a budget for it. Well, the budget of a county clerk's office is to do just exactly that. Of course, they have a budget for it. It's already in place. For the technical side is, now we already did it, it's good. Well, they didn't. We go in and look at it, and Eric, which is a voter roll cleanup system, wasn't cleaning anything at all up. But they say, well, we hired them, and that's their job, and so we've met the letter of the law for them, the executive order. Well, it's really not true. So an executive order by itself isn't enough. We've even seen that a federal pardon from President Trump didn't free Tina Peters because the states are in denial of federal authority. They're the ones that are the insurrectionists. They're the ones that are seditious, undermining the authority of the federal government. So, what's the solution? President Trump, at the same time he signs the executive order that's coming, in fact, my team put together the proposed version of the executive order. We've been told that at least 80%, more like 90 or 95% of what we put together, a 17-page proposal, which is available online. People will be able to compare it after the fact, see how well we did. That executive order, 17-page executive order proposal we have, is the basis for what President Trump will sign. And at the very outset in that executive order proposal, as the first order of business, is that the president must declare a national emergency related to voting. That national emergency brings in military authority. It overrides all the courtrooms in the country because a national emergency exists. We've been attacked by foreign countries within our vote, which is an act of war, equivalent to a weapon of mass destruction and destroy, which in fact during the Biden administration mean that President Trump would never have allowed to begin, and other places also. So, with that in mind, a national emergency exists. President Trump will declare that. And when he does, it's going to send a shot across the bow to all those who have gotten into office through frauds in the elections. And both Democrat and Republican rhinos. By the way, the worst state for rhinos in the United States right now is Utah. The most insane operations related to elections and primaries, that's what's going on in Utah. Absolutely indefensible. The courts in Utah and the legal system there, totally indefensible. Anybody that thinks that Utah isn't front and center in the crosshairs with what the administration's going to do, watch. As it should be, Utah is going to get a front row seat in the cleanup and actual arrests for criminality. And many of those are going to be Republicans. So this isn't just a Democrat issue. However, nationally, across the board, it's primarily a Democrat issue. And with all of that in mind, we're about to see something amazing happen because after the Super Bowl, I think the president and other operations have telegraphed repeatedly that the intent is to, bring on a bigger show to the world than ever you saw with the Super Bowl. And even the broadcast systems, et cetera, being able to broadcast worldwide. Yeah, it's almost a test for what's about to happen. Enjoy the show.
Wow. Thank you, Juan. You've unpacked so much there. I've got a notepad with some follow-up clarifications and questions. First off, thank you. Number one, when do you anticipate the national emergency being declared uh, concerning elections? Is there a time frame that we might expect that to see that?
Well, President Trump said about 2 months ago during a interview concerning Ukraine, he was asked a question that was out of sequence about the elections, and he went ahead and took the question. And then he answered it in quite a bit of detail, and he said, "Hey, I'm going to be signing this executive order in a few days." Okay, now that was 2 months ago. One of Trump's tactics is to race up to the border of a situation and then stop. And to anybody watching, it looks like he's just going to run right through the crowd or something and bowl them all down. But it is a kind of a common tactic for him to race up to a situation, then stop and see the reaction of the opponents. Epstein's another example of that. And so he said that he was about to sign this in days, but the attorneys were looking at this and vetting stuff out, which is exactly, we knew that true. Now, we had the executive order ready, the proposed version a year ago. There was an earlier version, which was crap. And the reason why I asked my team to put something together. It's been there sitting. Um, I don't think there's anything there that even my folks reviewed it even just a few days ago that we think should be changed, but we'll just have to wait and see what the attorneys say. And we know the attorneys that are looking at it, and what it is that what their concerns are about methodologies. With that in mind, the president isn't giving any hints. And one of the things the president has gone to great pains to do is to point out to everyone, even watching around him in his inner circle. He had a thing where he was speaking to a bunch of military cadets, and he spoke with them off stage, young kids, before he went out on the stage. One of the questions he asked him, he says, how many people do you think know exactly what I'm going to say when I walk out on that stage right now? And they were guessing, 5, 10, 50, has he cleared his speech? Has he made whatever? And he says, only one, me. And so he may get advised, he may get told, but at the end of the day, he's following a schedule that he is making those final decisions on. And I'm reminded, by the way, President Reagan was strongly advised that he could not go to the wall in Germany and say what he wanted to say. He wrote his speech out, and the speech writers rejected it, said, you can't say it. The policy writers rejected it, said, you can't say that. Tear down that wall. That's horrible. So President Reagan, as he was in the presidential limousine driving to the wall, crossed out what his own advisors had told him and written into the speech for him, and wrote right on there, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall, at exactly the point in the speech he wanted to say it. And he didn't care. When he said that, nobody else present knew that he was going to go ahead and do that. He alone knew it. And if you think of a defining moment in all of the things we remember about President Reagan, that was that defining moment. Mike, his son, and I were very, very close. And we talked about that in the weeks before he passed away the other day. Defining moments and thinking about his own life, and defining moments, that he and I thought were special. In President Trump's history as president, I think that defining moment is yet ahead, and it will relate to these two subject matters: returning honest elections to America, and by extension, the whole world. How much greater of a legacy can you imagine? Honest elections. And then the thing that goes with that, honest money. And to remove this enslaving capability of our would-be slave masters, owners and controllers, these demonic serving Baal worshippers who have sought specifically to take control of the world through dishonest elections and dishonest money. By the way, just so everybody here knows, I've mentioned on a couple of other broadcasts, but I think it bears repeating. Please, everybody go do a search engine look at Screaming Pope tattoos. And it depicts a pope behind bars, golden bars, by the way, and being tortured. The imagery is that, that these demon worshippers, these Satan worshippers, within the control of the elections, a number of them that are key people have that tattoo because they're part of a club that they enslave the world to do their good and torment it by um, taking over the elections. That's their oath. And so they aren't just people wanting power for power's sake. They're literally a club of Baal or Satan worshipers who worked their way to take control of elections around the world. And many of them have this tattoo, and as a mark of entry for this. I think that'll come out over time. It'll be very shocking. But you have a number of the leaders of these various things that are in that same club. You know, Hillary, for example. We just saw the memo in some of the Epstein release concerning the elections in Haiti, where Bill Clinton was assisting in getting Smartmatic vote systems into Haiti for their elections, which are by extension the predecessor to Dominion and part of all that, in this push that occurred during the Obama years to get these vote machines into elections all over the world. So,
Uh, so there you have it, folks. Screaming Pope tattoos. We're going to go look at that. I have a couple of other things I want to follow up on, and we've got two other guests. If you could stick around, Juan, to chat with them a bit before you go. But we have this massive issue with elections front and center now, and soon to be even more front and center. We have the Epstein second major release, and this one's a major one, as we can see on social media. With these two events, coupled with the fact that the banks are panicking based on what you said earlier with the moves they're making on paper on trading of gold and silver, with these three big events, particularly Epstein and the elections, could we, the American people, expect or brace for some incoming attacks, false flags of sorts? Because it's a tit for tat in this war, and this is a big tit and tat. Any advice there before I get into some economic follow-up questions?
well, um, beyond the banks and things they can do internally within bank trades and communications transactions, what would be ways they could slow down this reckoning between the U.S. Treasury specifically and the authorities in control that President Trump is bringing to play in that arena specifically, and the international reserve system led by the Federal Reserve here in the U.S. What plays might assist them in slowing down this process or derailing it? Certainly, the threat Trump personally, individually, against his life and health, but again, anything that could derail anywhere in the world, any major center of commerce in the world. It's not just, say, New York, but right here where I'm at in Tokyo. A lot of people don't realize this. The Japanese economy is the closest economy on planet Earth to the U.S. economy. In fact, we're so close that the Federal Reserve or the um, uh, banking backup, FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, backs up Japanese banks besides U.S. banks. If Japanese banks run into an economic hurdle of some sort and have to close banks, our U.S. FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, defends them here just as much as it does the U.S. A lot of people think it's England that's our closest ally on the banking like that. That's where the, city of London's located and all the banking stuff there in the city of London. But it's really right here in Tokyo. And when we did the attack on the ruble in Russia, we did it through the German Deutschmark and an operation there out of Germany, and right here across Asia, but with the lily pad being Japan, and also into South America. The largest Japanese population on planet Earth outside of Japan proper is in Brazil. And the connection between the banks here in Japan and the banks in Brazil is very close. And so the Brazilian bola was used also in that to, fight World War III. We fought World War III, the Cold War, and the Soviet Union lost. It doesn't exist anymore. This moment that we're in is World War IV, in my opinion. And the battle here, we will be blessed if it doesn't become kinetic with bullets. In the period with Reagan, it wasn't fought with nuclear weapons. We're endeavoring to get through this time also without the escalation to nuclear weapons. However, just to put context here, Putin said recently, for anybody that thinks that they're unable to defend themselves or unwilling to, take any city in the world, put every possible technology and defensive weapon around that city, and then I will push a button and destroy that city, and none of the technology that you want to use will stop us. The particular missile system he was talking about goes over a city, comes in vertically, Mach 8, and comes from the edge of space to the surface in, seconds. And there's no, even with our laser systems like that, the ability to track and stop, you're not going to stop it. We're at a impasse on many things. So if we're going to get agreement, compliance, the ability to save the world from this next major conflict, we're going to have to work with Russia through this, and not have an attitude like we're just going to go blow them to smithereens if we don't like what's going on. And the globalista who who have been trying to get America into a war, they would succeed if they got Russia and U.S. to, beat each other's brains in. In fact, Russia's our natural ally as Americans, and people need to remember that. We have a need to resolve this other than via nuclear war, which would be World War IV. And, just like Russia can send something that we can't defend against. We got stuff we can send against them or any other place in the world, and they don't have defenses against it. So, we got pretty amazing stuff. At a lesser level, are false flags possible that could be very destructive that other people have the ability to wield? Yes, that is a danger. So, we're at a very dangerous moment. I think immediately after the Super Bowl, the next 90, 120 days are going to be one for the history books, because it'll be one blow after another. Epstein's the shot across the bow, and there'll be tit for tat as we expose a lot of these evil, bad people. One of the key things that came about, by the way, just reinforcing what I said about these people being Satan worshipers, the money accounts that Epstein used, he called them Baal accounts. That was the name for those accounts. Baal, as in devil worship, okay, from biblical sense. Just think about that.
Wow, thank you, Juan. I want to brace for impact, folks. Pray, plan, and prepare. I want to go back to a couple of quick questions on the economic aspect. You're in Tokyo. A year and a half or so ago, you and I were speaking off camera, and then you certainly put it on camera with me and many others, that a bond collapse is coming beyond the municipal bonds. And it's my understanding that Japan is the largest, if not close to it, owner of our debt, our treasuries. What's happening with regards to Japan and the sell-off, if you will, of the U.S. Treasury holdings that they have? Is that happening? Will that escalate? And what impact will that have on the dollar and gold and silver?
Well, Japan's economy is so intricately tied to the U.S. economy that they're almost indiscernibly uh, connected in many, many ways, other than the politics. And so there's a lot of, uh, they have to be very careful how they move, and it would affect the U.S. economy and vice versa. Because Japan here is this firewall against China and the concerns of stability across the rest of Asia and South Korea. Uh, so they're a bulwark that we need. And certainly the threat to the economic system with these fraudulent bonds is almost incalculable. Um, those school district bonds, road and water district bonds, the frauds in there are literally almost incomprehensible against property owners, etc. Uh, that's going to get addressed. New York, Chicago, all of California are going to be hit so hard in all of this that it's going to be a tough one to get through. But there is some routes forward to ease the pain, if you will. And with a lot of what President Trump will take back from these globalist operations, it will come into not just help individual taxpayers in America, but to cancel out some of these public debts and neutralize them. And it's a lot of work. It's not going to be all done in a day. I think realistically, it will take 20 to 30 years to work through most of those problems. And even then, we might be dealing with aspects of it for another 20 beyond that. So we'll get a vast majority of them relatively quickly. Again, the business of America is business. That's what Reagan said. Same thing applies here in Japan. The business of Japan is business, as much or more so as any place, any people on planet Earth. That's why we work so well together. It's amazing we ever fought a war. Our interests are so intricately tied together at this point. And so when you consider that, working through the bond issue together is going to be massively important. The other thing that's critically important, by the way, when we talk about subject matter that nobody's thinking about tied to Japan, Greenland. Why is Greenland so important to Japan? Because of the North Sea Passage. Okay, the shortcut to the markets in Europe and the energy coming out of Europe. Japan gains as much as any country in the world from an opening of the North Sea and past Greenland and like that. And resources. Japan is, they don't have a lot of raw resources, mineralization, etc. here, so they have to send out for it and do contracts for it. Japan is actually perfectly positioned in a number of industries to help build the infrastructure and then get much of the materials that would come out of Greenland for their economy here. And by the way, Japan had very close relations with Denmark, ambassadorial relations for a very long time. And that will come back to the fore. They will be a needed partner with the U.S. in the work that's done going in and taking control of Greenland as a strategic location to cancel out Russian ambitions in that part of the world and Chinese ambitions. So Japan is just extremely critical to this whole operation. Everything Trump has a very, very intricate tie to Japan. That's why we did the beautiful imagery. I did the Japanese edition of Kid by the Side of the Road. It's been very popular over here. And one of our coins has Melania on it in her kimono. And Japan's very close to everything America in what's about to happen.
Thank you, Juan. I didn't know the book was translated into Japanese. That's good news. Um, Kid by the Side of the Road. Everybody, if you haven't picked that up by now, you want to pick that up. What's the site again, Juan? Is it Gumroad, Gum, gumroad.com?
Allpatriots.gumroad.com and then thejennifermack.com. You got to put the before Jennifer Mack, MAC. Otherwise, you get some of the other Hollywood stars. Jen's a Hollywood star of her own,
Yeah.
but you got to put the in there first. So. And she's got a lot of other stuff there
Understood.
too.
Thank
So
you.
a lot of fun.
Juan, I want to ask you one more question, and then I've got two gentlemen in our proverbial digital green room, Bill Armour and Will Barney. I'd like them to join us in a moment. I've got some questions to ask them. You're welcome to stick around for the
Yeah.
roundtable if you can. If not, okay, good. But before I bring them on, I have one last question, then we'll bring on Bill Armour and Will Barney. Is the month of March, it's been my understanding from the guests that I interview and some homework I've done that a lot of these banks, the big five, let's say, the central banks, contracts on these future overpriced situation thing coming due as March progresses. So let's say through the month of March, which could be more tens and tens of billions of dollars that they have to find. And they find it, as I understand, by going to the Fed's window and borrowing the money. With that being said, can we expect? I know there's a lot of things affecting the dollar positively and negatively because this is such a dynamic currency war right now. But what is your response to the banks debacle coming through March, knowing they got to go borrow the money, which drives the dollar down, plus Japan selling off some treasuries and other factors? What do you expect to happen to the U.S. dollar this year and perhaps a little bit beyond that?
Well, for example, here in Japan, the yen has fallen 40% against the dollar in the last couple of years. So one of the people that I had dinner with last night was lamenting the fact that his spending power, because he agreed to get paid in yen when he came here as an American, has gone down radically, for his bills back home. And that he needed to renegotiate this. And I said, I don't do anything for the time being because President Trump's position is that he wants a weaker dollar, not a broken dollar. All the difference in the world, monstrous difference. He wants a weaker dollar so that we can do more trade, that we're in a better position to do trade with some of these other countries. And the Federal Reserve, in order to clear a lot of the debt that it has and like that from these member banks, it needs to be pretty free at the payment window to keep and maintain a flow. And for that reason, by the way, I expect that the stock market will continue to go up, not because it's doing that great this year or even next necessarily in business, but because there's more money flowing and the value of the money is less. And the buildings, the airplanes, the cars, the factories, the workers, they all represent a type of gold or silver bar. They're tangible, they're real. And so those real assets within the corporate system will have greater value against a weaker dollar. That said, in order to do the full reset, you need gold. And I think that the Treasury people that I've talked to have been pretty clear. They want gold revalued roughly 20,000. I think the real number ends up being like 21,665. I think is 1,665 on gold, and then silver is a significant number, well over 1,000 in that equation. And so, with that in mind, for example, getting positions in silver, remember the spot price doesn't reflect physical silver. Physical silver left the spot market a long time ago and is priced much higher than spot is and will continue to do so. So even buying silver right now, you're getting a golden moment. Take advantage of it. And gold too, but I think the silver's the better bet personally. With that in mind, people looking for a collapse of the dollar, it's all kind of relative. The dollar, the Federal Reserve note, isn't going anywhere for the time being. We're just shifting the emphasis over to a Treasury certificate. And that reflects back to President Kennedy. I've talked about other places, but some people may not have heard of this before, so give me 2 minutes to do the spiel. President Kennedy attacked the Federal Reserve System, the bankers. And the way that he did it is he had the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury, issue a silver certificate that was a dollar, but it was a Treasury dollar, not a Federal Reserve dollar. And as a Treasury dollar, the certificate had a number. That number was tied to a pallet or a vault, if you will, of silver. And it had a specific value assigned to it in dollars as the silver in that vault. Then he allowed only the exact number of silver certificates, dollars, to be circulated as there was silver physically in that vault or room. Those silver certificates were a direct attack on the Federal Reserve System. Had Kennedy began a second term, he was going to add to the silver certificates a gold certificate. And it's literally a receipt of ownership for gold or silver in the vault that's numbered, that's tagged, that you can't print any more than what that number is that's there based on the value of silver or gold that was assigned to it by the Treasury at that time. So it had solid real value versus a Federal Reserve note. It would have ultimately destroyed the Federal Reserve note. And in fact, what happened during Nixon's period, where the French were coming in and they had a right to cash in dollars for gold, that was unique as opposed to the American citizen who couldn't do the same thing, or other people, because the way those dollars were printed. And Nixon closed the gold window. Kennedy intended to open that window to the American citizen, and we were blocked. What President Trump intends to do, he intends, and his entire presidency has been based on this idea, that where Kennedy was thwarted in moving forward to bring back ownership of the country, if you will, to the American people, and that was stolen with his assassination. Trump is here to restore and continue in those directions, and within monetary policy, precisely going to Treasury and away from Federal Reserve, a private banking organization, no more federal than Federal Express, private club, and you don't belong to it. So Trump will continue on that, and not just do the silver certificates, he'll do gold certificates also. It'll be for real silver. And then, to the extent that we don't have it physically minted, he will add a component, a time factor for redemption while we extract the gold and silver from mines across America and contracts across the world to return gold and silver into the vaults of the Treasury. And as it becomes numbered, you'll be able to exchange your promissory notes, essentially a loan against time of redemption for those materials. People that want to redeem instantly will take a haircut. But as we get back on our feet as a country and sort these things out, the people that are willing to wait that actually need it for retirement and other things will do just fine. And if they don't need it even then, they'll continue to gain interest and value at significant rates that will make it beneficial to leave those monies on deposit in the Treasury for a period of time.
Thank you, Juan. I've got one more question I'd like to ask of you. And then, folks listening, we're going to bring Bill Armour and Will Barney in just after this very question for a roundtable discussion with Juan Savin. Thanks for sticking around, Juan. This is an interesting question. I'm going to set it up first to get our audience attention in the zone. And the issue is that we've had retired Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox on a previous broadcast, a very popular and very powerful episode on the trading of our birth certificate and other related issues of repatriation of wealth and so forth and so on. Having laid that down as the foundation here, we've discussed maritime law versus common law, capital letters as an entity versus the actual individual.
Is admiralty
Yes,
law.
go ahead.
We say maritime
Admiralty,
admiralty
thank
law
you.
is the proper term. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Maritime admiralty law. Okay, so here's the question. We have common law, we have maritime admiralty law. Some people have removed themselves as being identified under admiralty law, under the capital letters, and have resorted to being a sovereign under their name and their birth as a human being. Okay, so having said that, the question is this. Those that are operating outside of maritime admiralty law starting to get a lot of questions about this. And the question is this. When the repatriation of wealth, and that's for another whole program to delve into, comes back to we the people from the trading of the birth certificate and other fraudulent things that have been done that we're starting to learn about. Those that have already stepped out of the maritime admiralty law system, when that repatriation of wealth comes back to us, will those people be eligible for such repatriation if they're not part of the maritime admiralty law system?
Yes, because all U.S. citizens have been stolen from and ripped off. And so it will be based on your citizenship. Much of what people want to get rectified is these cooked systems, which everybody was funneled into, cattle herded into. But if you try to fix these problems within those systems, they were corrupt and crooked from the beginning. And it would not be fair. People that played the game may be owed, you know, I the amount that I paid in taxes and Social Security, I was fully funded in my Social Security before I turned 30 years old. Okay, from all the payments, but I could never make one penny more upon completing, where I could start withdrawing Social Security benefits after that period of time. Yet I was required to continue paying into the Social Security system. uh, huge, vast, unbelievable amounts of money. I mean, it was painful, okay, to know that you're paying it in, it's huge, but nothing you can do about it. You're not getting it all back. Um,
Mhm.
and I'm sure that's what he's thinking maybe he can get back besides maybe, these huge tax payments and things like that. The reality is that you'd be rewarding those that played the game against others that, just didn't take advantage of it in that way. So there'll be some little bit of recompense for certain of the people that maybe had certain positions that were higher, but the majority of that's going to be made like a sovereign wealth fund for all of the citizens, and some direct payments, a lot of it into stabilize society in a broader sense, as sovereign wealth funds often do, that you can withdraw loans against for education and business and things like that, and to help offset the corruption within the bond markets that they're well positioned to destroy a lot of cities in America, communities in America. And so there'll be real work that has to be done to help solve some of that. Other places that were attacked, you know, the fires in California and 100 other locations, including Maui. Places like that are going to need special assistance. And not just in America, but across the world. Those wealth funds will take a very long time to properly administer and fold out. Don't expect it to be done in days or weeks, or it would be wrong and sloppy and not work right anyway. Think of it longer term to, Rome wasn't built in a day. And a lot of times people get a huge influx of wealth through an inheritance or something like that. And it's a failure oftentimes of the previous generation not to pass the baton while they're alive to help administer moving into that next phase for young people receiving some fortune, some inheritance. It's better to do it while you're alive because you have greater leverage and influence in passing that off so that it's not such a shock. And the people have had enough time to weigh through options in what they're going to do and work it through. They tend to keep the wealth intergenerationally when you move it over a longer period of time and while the person's still here to pass along, that kind of knowledge. It's going to be same here with this sovereign wealth fund. We will have a tremendous amount come in. Some of it will take some time to sift through and sort out. Do we sell some of these lands? Do we lease some of these lands and save an actual potential sale for a later generation? Those are discussions that will happen after Trump is long gone. We're going to
Mhm.
get through a phase right now of this, but much of the hardest of the work is yet ahead. He won't be here for all of that. He won't be directly involved in some of those conversations. We need to take advantage of his wise counsel and others to come to get through this next moment, because just getting the wealth back is only a portion of the problem. Being able to reinvest in America and our allies across the world to get the right outcome, that's another story completely. So,
Yes, thank you. Incredible times. What's happening? Just to put the lid on the jar. So, for the individuals that have stepped out of the Maritime Admiralty operation, when the revaluation and currency conversion takes place, if you're again already out of that system, they are still going to be eligible by and large. even though
Well,
the conversions have
they'll be
taken place, money's owed. Yes, go ahead.
they'll get some advantage from essentially a national sovereign wealth fund. But if they're looking for repayment of, all their investments in taxes, Social Security, everything else, there may be some there, but it won't ever be satisfactory to them. And it's
Mm,
untangling a knot that you're probably asking for something that just God Himself would be challenged to do it in a way that everybody would agree is fair, right? Take a deep breath. Be thankful that we'll get our liberty back, honest elections, and uh, years ago, way back when I was young, I knew a gentleman. Their house had burned down. They didn't have insurance. Everything was gone. And but he and the wife and kids were fine. And he had a very valuable piece of property, just fantastic. But his attitude was they were saved with their life. They lost everything. There wasn't even anything left of the house, memories, etc. It all had to be just bulldozed and carted away, and they had a huge house. He rebuilt all of it and did just fine. Took him about 15 years to pull it all back together again, but he had his health and he had his family, and everything else was secondary. We get through what's coming here as a country. Be thankful for whatever you got. And we're going to put this whole thing back together again because we still have our wits about us. We still have the most important things, our freedom. And we're going to get it all back. And we're going to put the monsters in boxes and put them on
yes.
display for the rest of our lives. That by itself is a gift within this generation because other generations before us, I know many of the people that fought hard and they didn't get to see this moment in time. I would not
Yeah.
sully this moment by whimpering because I didn't get some piece of the pie when they lost everything their life included
Mhm.
in the fight and never got to see this moment. Be thankful for whatever we got. And if you had the wisdom, the understanding, the gumption to opt out of a crooked system somehow and own yourself for a few years, that's its own reward. It may not be a perfect reward, but the history's on your side. Take a deep breath. You saw it before others did. Others are going to fight through and they're going to fuss and whine. The future is what we have. And we didn't have that the way these monsters had it planned. They wanted to wipe out 13 out of 14 people alive today. That was their plan. And we're still here. And these Baal worshipers, these monsters, these baby rapers, they're the ones that are in the sights now. The hunters become the hunted. That's its own satisfaction that you get to be alive and witness it and be part of it. Yeah, it's a reward all by itself. Thank God.
So well said. Thank you, Juan. I don't know if you've met my two guests, but I'd like to bring on to my producer at the simultaneously. We have Will Barney and Bill Armour. Will Barney, retired banker, joining us, and Bill Armour, an expert in precious metals. If we can go four panel, we probably weren't prepared for that. There it is. Thank you very much to my producer. Thank you. We've got Will Barney and Bill Armour. Say hello to Juan Savin.
Hey, good to
Hi,
see
Hey,
you.
Juan.
guys.
Good to be on with you.
All right. Introductions made. You've been patiently listening to Juan provide a lot of important information for all of us. I want to continue the discussion. We'll begin with Will Barney. And gentlemen, we can raise any topics. This is an open round table to bring to the table what you'd like. I do have some scripted questions and things I'd like to get on the record. We'll begin with Will. We'll take it around the block here. the Clarity Act. Let's go there. A couple of days ago, the crypto and banking leaders met at the White House, where they're voting on the issues. Can you, Will, briefly describe what is the Clarity Act and where do we stand presently right now with legislation regarding crypto?
Well, the Market Clarity Act is really about trying to put guardrails, rules of the road, if you will, about how blockchain's going to function. And more particularly, it's about protecting the consumer. We have a lot of protections in our law regarding banking system that protects everybody that's got a bank account, but we really don't have those same protections on blockchain. So that's what this legislation is about. And there's a lot of arguments going back and forth about what they're going to allow, what they're not going to allow. But ultimately, we need to have the rules of the road because everybody's looking to tokenize all the major assets, even the stock market looking to tokenize. Well, you can't just let the public loose on that if you don't have rules of the road about how this needs to operate, and everybody is held accountable to that. So this is a very important piece of legislation. President Trump has told the Senate he wants it on his desk by the end of February. Will they get there? I don't know. We hope so. The Senate has had this bill since last July. So they've been kicking it around a long time. Okay. So let's hope that they get that finished. They received it the same time they got the Genius Bill. So, and we know that they passed that one right away. So that's vitally important because everybody's looking to blockchain to be a moment of clarity. And that this is interesting. They call it the Clarity Act, but it's about transparency in our financial transactions. As we get into blockchain and a distributed ledger system, what you're looking at is really some are calling it the trustless system, because the system itself can validate both parties to a smart contract. So you don't have to trust the guy on the other side. The system tells you whether he has the money to buy your thing or not. Okay. So it's not like you have to, just trust me, I'll get you the money. That goes away. It's pure validation all the way through. And I think the other thing that's positive is it's instant settlement, or fairly instant, in terms of seconds rather than days or minutes. I mean, I know I've been around banking, and so has Juan. The SWIFT system is anything but swift, and in fact, it's the opposite of SWIFT. It's hilarious how it operates. But the fact
the Patriot
that you
Act.
can move any kind of money and move it in seconds and have it actually be cleared for both parties. That's what we're talking about. So really incredible things coming with that. I think what you will see in the future is as all assets start to move toward this idea of tokenization to make it easier to trade. If you have silver, if you have gold, if you have a house deed, whatever thing of value is on a token, look how easy it's going to be to trade with one another. So this legislation is vitally important as we look at our future and how we trade with one another.
Well said. Thank you, Will. Yeah, Cowboys and Indians, the days of Cowboys and Indians concerning crypto-related matters are going to be coming to an end, and thank goodness for that, because this is going to play a major role in currency itself and how things move, and as you said, trustlessness. I love that word. I love that. That is really going to make things quite better. Bill Armour, any comments on the crypto thing? And also, we'll come to Juan on this as well. And I want to throw in there, we'll start with Bill, we'll go back to Juan, and Will, if you want to comment on the scammers. This might be an appropriate time to discuss that. Why is there legislation? Because there is none, and there needs to be. One of the other elements coming down the totem pole of importance, but still important, are the endless scammers out there. Even some of the podcasters directing people who come join my QFS in my wallet. Anyway, Bill, any comments on what we're discussing here, and then we'll take it around the block.
Yeah, I mean, I'll leave crypto by and large to the two people that know more on crypto than I do. But what I will say is, I think this is very necessary. When we talk about crypto, for a long time has been a Wild West, and you said Cowboys and Indians, which I think is appropriate. And so finally making this more uniform, putting guardrails in place and things like that, and not overdoing it, but at least doing it so we have a common set of rules is very important whenever you're dealing with anything, especially long-term, talking about asset-backed tokenization and things like that. We have to be speaking the same language and have the same rule set. So this is part of legislation that creates the infrastructure that allows us to have discussions down the road that are going to be much more important.
Thank you. Real quick question to Will. Then I want to go to Juan if Juan would like to weigh in on what we've addressed thus far. But quick question to Will. And the reason I'm raising this is I get a lot of questions on public timelines and a dedicated public email address I've given out. Can JQ Public, the American citizen, be in the QFS right now? A yes or no question.
QFS system is not available to the public at the present moment. Doesn't mean it's not operational. There's a lot of operations going on behind the scenes. We had our Treasury Secretary state today in a public statement that they are using the IRS system to help track down these fraudsters in Minnesota and California. So a lot of people complain. I mean, they're like, why haven't we got rid of all this? Why haven't got rid of the income tax and everything else? We're using their systems against them right now, folks. You need to just buckle up because we got to clear all this out. And sometimes it's painful, the whole process of legalese. Juan probably understands this, but the wheels of justice seems like they move slow, but they do grind fine. And we will get to a result with this, but we are going to have a little bit of patience with that process.
Thank you. One quick follow-up with you, Will, before we go to Juan, is one more extension of this, and then we got it on the record, and I can refer people to this specific section of the episode so we don't have to keep addressing it. One more follow-up to the scam aspect of this. We see all over social media, okay, you've already debunked it's operational, probably at many levels, but not for us to be invited in just yet. I get that. Now, they also say, do you have your wallet set up? Come, let me help you with your wallet, and then get you into the QFS. Any cautions or red flags with this advice from the public that's being put out there all over the place?
It's not available. Anybody that tells you you can get it, they're trying to get your information to scam you and hurt you in some way. So you need to stay away from that. There's a lot of scams going on. I hear people all the time getting, I heard of a guy the other day, 2 days ago, and he said that he got pulled into this QFS. Oh, I got to set up my QFS account. Within 24 hours, they had emptied out his digital blockchain wallet. He had given them too much information. So, and he was very upset by it, of course.
So the American people should just wait. This will obviously be an official announcement. We're not going to have to figure out how to get out of the old system into the new system. There'll be some directions coming from the top down. Juan, do you care to weigh in on any aspect of this crypto discussion? And I want to get into Bitcoin in a moment.
Well, part of the issue is a lot of this audience, you're forward thinkers. And so you're also early adopters. And that's why you've done pretty well at different times. And so that's also a weakness potentially that can be exploited because you're hoping to get in early, make the extra buck, be in a power position moving forward. And the scammers know that. So they play on those, not just emotions, but features within your persona. And they're very good at it. Until you've been conned by a really good con man, you don't realize just how dangerous these people can be to you. So this is one of those moments where you have to slow down, cross the T's, dot the I's. If it's too good to be true, it very likely is. Within these major moves that have to happen, they won't be done in the background first, and then everybody else gets to find out. They're just not. It's not the way the system's set up. You're not that special. I have some stuff going on right now in the background in the banking community that probably just because of my history all the way back to the 80s, I have unique understanding and contacts in. And even there, we've all had to take deep breaths to make sure that we're, very comfortable that all the proper boxes have been checked. It's there's other places to dive in, make a buck, etc., and certainly to understand the technology involved potentially, but you know, uh, warning, warning, danger, danger, danger. I know of several people personally that have suffered brutally just in the last 6 months in losses in the crypto community. And these were very sophisticated players who had real understanding and were just shocked that they got hit, business people. Warning, warning, warning. Take a deep breath. This is an extra sensitive moment in this resetting moment. Buyer beware.
Thank you. Let's briefly talk. We're going to get into other subjects beyond crypto in a moment, certainly precious metals and a few other things before we wrap up our show. But people often ask, what about Bitcoin? Now we see Bitcoin and many cryptos are on a downward trend at the moment. But what are the Trumps doing? I guess we'll start with Juan. We'll go to Will and Bill. If you gentlemen care to comment, what are the Trumps doing? It seems that Eric Trump seems to be the public mouthpiece, if you will, for American Bitcoin. He's walked us through the warehouse of the mining and so forth and so on. What is American Bitcoin's objective? And is Bitcoin something we should be looking at or something we should be running away from? I personally am a little confused. I stay away from Bitcoin myself, but yet the Trumps are investing in it. Juan, we start with Juan, we'll go down the panel. Any comments on the Bitcoin issue and the Trumps?
Well, Bitcoin has a future. The super, super, super short answer, as quick as I can give it, is this. Bitcoin was a creation of DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Program. And you have to think about this. You're trying to anticipate the future. Are you anticipating 200 years, 100 years? A Star Trek future where you don't use cash? How do you denominate your wealth? What is wealth? But then is the 200 years from now future, does it have to be implemented in 20 years, 5 years, 30 years? The other component that has to be in there is, what was the threat? The threat that was facing the world and America specifically in that period, leading up to 9/11 and afterwards, the fraudulent Obama years, etc. Remember, when did Bitcoin come into being? In the lead up to 9/11, it was being formulated, gamed out within the DARPA community. It was anticipating some series of events that, had Hillary Clinton won, they would have destroyed the dollar, the physical paper dollar, paper money. They had in position across the world, and this is a hard one for people to get their minds around. I've discussed it on your show previously, John. They had in position 100,000 pallets with $100 million on each and every pallet. I personally have tracked 17,000 of those. Another 5,000 that I've got very solid, comfortable, data on, that physically people that I personally trust have been in the room with them. That still is only about a quarter of everything that's out there. What were they going to do with that? That wasn't there to help the world. It was there to undermine the dollar, just as we undermined the ruble. not with counterfeit dollars, but with real dollars that were spread out in the black market system, not going through bank machines. If you're going to collapse a currency, one of the things that we knew and we established, we proved, you can't do it through the banking system. You have to do it in the black market. And we did that with the ruble. And that was the intent with the paper dollar, to undermine confidence in the dollar across the world, because it's a world circulated currency. With that in mind, whenever you're about to engineer a crisis as a globalist, you have the solution already in position, ready to play. And with Hillary as president, had she been allowed to become the president in 2017, as this globalist plan unfolded, you'd have had terrorist strikes, nuclear bomb in Seattle next to Seahawks Stadium. You'd have had a collapse of the dollar and the Western banking systems, and they'd have been there ready, a la 9/11 with the Patriot Act, all ready to go, been formulated for years, just needed the event to bring it to pass. You'd have had the crypto ready to bring into the world and bypass all of the existing safeties within government and finance and fund a globalist system. Now, does that make cryptos evil in and of themselves? No. There was a lot of work and planning and thought that went into it. We are going to go to a digital system. The question is it going to be fiat crypto, or is it going to be a blockchain that is merely a record-keeping system in the open with a distributed ledger tied to physical assets, whether it's within tokenization of property or constitutional money, which is dots and tittles on a computer screen, but tied intricately, precisely to physical gold and silver on deposit in the U.S. Treasury, constitutional money, and you just get a receipt within the distributed ledger system. That's the things that are ahead that have to be worked through, and that President Trump and the people around him will be working through. That is not stable thus far. It's not written in stone thus far, and there's a lot of work yet to be done. So for the moment, let's not get ahead of the game. Let's work sure-footedly. And for the moment, if you have physical gold and silver, you're probably in the best position so that as this dust settles, you can buy back in to the system, reinvest, but do it from a solid place after all of these scams and uncertainties are washed out of the system, which is the plan, to get the scammers and the scamming out of the system.
Thank you, Juan. Bill and or Will, anyone care to comment on the Bitcoin narrative and picking up where Juan left off? Just chime in.
I'll let you take this one, Will.
Well,
Okay.
the American Bitcoin thing is very interesting. Okay, let's take a look at that for a second, because the Trump brothers have put together this big data center to mine Bitcoin. So what is Bitcoin mining? Bitcoin requires a third-party verification on a transaction. Okay, that means you have two parties transacting, but you get a third party to verify that. Well, that's what the data center does. It's being the third-party verification, and when it does that, it earns a fee. In other words, it mines Bitcoin. Okay, that's where the term comes from. So they're simply taking their ability to put together a server system and say, let's make money off the guys running this thing. There's no reason we can't. They debanked us. They did all this other stuff to us. Hey, let's use their own system. And I don't blame them for doing that. If you got the ability to put together your servers, you can make. Now, it doesn't mean everybody's got a server is going to make money doing this, but they're putting together a big enough system that they're becoming a massive validator, okay, on the system. So what's interesting about that is they're not playing the game. What I mean by that is it's not about whether the price goes up or the price comes down. they earn the fee regardless of who wins because they're just the validator in between. It's a brilliant strategy when you think about it. And so I just look at them as, look, the Trump brothers are entrepreneurs. They're being entrepreneurial. And I think it's fascinating. Now, if you look at the other stablecoin that they've introduced from Western Liberty Financial, that is really just backed by dollars. That's the USD1, and that is a one-to-one with is a digital dollar basically on the system. So that's fairly stable. But I find it interesting. I've been watching what they're doing, and hey, if you've got computers and you've got servers, why not? You're going to make money no matter who wins or loses in the transaction because you're not the one playing the up or down game. You're just the validation guy. And it's brilliant on their part.
Thank you. Now I have some understanding of that. You know, and Juan, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to make a statement and ask Bill Armour an important question and then have you and Will weigh in on it. But let me set the stage. As I understand it, keep it simple, Sam. We have a Fed note, which we call our US dollar, Federal Reserve note, money is debt, that as we progress through this reset, will be going away and we will no longer be using that. Okay, so and the dollar, that dollar, we're talking about the Fed note, will be going down for a host of reasons we've been discussing. Okay, and then we have the moves being made against gold and silver by the Fed, the central bank system. We have that at play. The way I look at it is this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Juan, then we'll go to Bill, we'll ask the question. So this one's going to go down while we have a parallel system in place, and we're going to replace that in a series of stages. Step one, a U.S. Treasury dollar versus the Fed note. As that goes down, this one gets born. It gets born by a major player per the Constitution, weights and measures, backed by what? Gold and silver, and perhaps other commodities. That'll strengthen as this one comes down. Thank goodness for that. 11 years of this madness, and now real constitutional God's money being restored, thanks to President Trump and many others, backed by gold and silver. So if these are the oversimplistic mechanics at play, it would be a fair statement to say at some point we'll be operating in a Treasury-backed dollar that's backed by sound money, has the faith and credit that it once had 100 years ago. Then that moves into a stable coin, goes into a QFS system in our decentralized private wallets with almost no need for banking, with giving us the sovereignty of currency and thus as individuals to some extent. If that's a fairly accurate 40,000-foot view, layman's view on this, gold and silver is very, very important. You mentioned before by some metrics and by some documents you've been looking at in your own study, Juan, where gold and silver are potentially going. So let's go over the bill. Where do you stand on this bill, especially with the banks playing the games they're playing, forced against the wall come the end of March, which Will Barney has talked with us about in previous broadcasts about these contracts coming due? What are they going to do? They have to go back to the Fed window, drive that Fed note down. They'll make these are the teeter-totter that's taking place. What do you see going on in the gold and silver world, Bill? And what would your forecast be short and mid and long term for the metals and anything else you'd like to weigh in on? I think this is a very important subject because it will be, by and large, how we restore sound money with the usage of both tangible gold, silver, and perhaps other commodities later.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I would say is, first off, we can just look at what just happened because, as evidence that, banks are in trouble, is we saw Shanghai and we saw COMEX at the same time. And they often those markets work in tandem, somewhat. There's some delay there and some difference, but they came in tandem at the exact same moment, the exact same time. We saw a massive selling. In the US, it was paper selling. In China and Shanghai, a lot of Eastern Europe, or Eastern Asia, excuse me, they were doing what's called, and this will come out later, but it's called spoofing, which is where they put a massive sell order out. And so people look around and they see, oh my gosh, they're selling a tremendous amount of silver. And so other people will try to front run that because this is a huge order. And so they put out like they're selling a bunch, people front run that, so the price comes down. The US does the same thing with a lot of the Fed Reserve sort of puppet banks there. They sell. And so you have all of this, the silver price drops precipitously, and then Shanghai pulls back. They don't actually sell the silver at all, and then they continue to gobble up the silver. That's one of the reasons we're seeing this huge price difference right now between the US silver price and China, is they are consuming silver like no one's business. They're focused on adding to their silver supply. And on the US side, when you talk about like spot price or COMEX price, they're concerned about getting those contracts down to lower their losses, so to speak. So, and Juan made a great point earlier that the price of silver on the street, we're talking, $100, $110, where you see these big drops in the paper markets, and that's fine. In the meantime, if you were watching it, every second of every day, you might get heart palpitations the way things are going. But understand that all this is it is kind of the death knells, I would say, of this, of what silver is doing to the banking industry as a whole. So this is kind of a normal, it's almost like, if it were Star Wars, this would be the Empire Strikes Back. And obviously, long term, this doesn't accomplish anything except delay the inevitable, I would say. But so the inevitable being kind of the answer to your question there is, where is gold and silver going? So when you talk about the revaluation of gold, we're talking in the neighborhood of 20,000. I would see that happening sooner rather than later, and therefore my understanding and projections on gold would be towards that direction. Until that happens, we could see 6,500, 8,000, etc. So doubling 50, 200% in the next year. Silver, we can continue to see the same trajectory. And again, I just want to reiterate, this is not, because people will probably tell you on mainstream media that this is just, silver got really high, it had to come down a little bit. Not at all. That had nothing to do with the natural price movement. Had everything to do with price manipulation, that coming down from the 120 range. So understand that at this point, people have the ability, if they're able to get physical silver, to get it at a tremendous discount of where it should be. And understanding that, again, the banks will reap what they've sown here. And so I think that this presents a really incredible opportunity, particularly for silver. Obviously, gold has a lot to do as well, but particularly for silver, if people can get it, it gives them a great opportunity to have something that is going to be very valuable in the very, very near term.
Thank you. Two quick points I want to make. One, of course, I refer back to the Q drops back in the day. I'm paraphrasing, gold or metals or whatever it stated would expose or bring down the Fed. We're beginning to see the stages of that, and thank goodness for that. Second quick comment, you alluded to the mainstream media on the financial channels. I think our audience probably doesn't need me to remind them of that, but turn that off. If you want to muddy up your thought process, if you want to take an already complicated situation, as Juan has walked us through, that we're transitioning through and into over these years, and you want to muddy up your space, watch some MSM. Turn it off. Forget about that. They have their own vested interest. They're part of the problem, as far as I'm concerned, by and large. I would like to have Juan and/or Will weigh in. You mentioned, Bill, you mentioned China. China is widely known for doing things that are highly in their interest and sometimes at the detriment of other countries, like stealing technology and, of course, our rat rhinos giving it to them over the years. That's a different subject. But we'll go with Bill, and then we'll have Juan cap this off. China. What are they doing right now? I know that, as I understand, they locked the doors, if you will, won't let any of this silver out. What is China doing regarding this price points and metals itself, namely silver? We'll go with Will, and then Juan and Bill, you can cap it off if you choose. Go ahead, Bill. Will and Bill. Too close.
China's playing the game.
Right. Will Barney.
They're playing the game.
How are they
right
playing
now?
the
They've
game?
been playing the game for some time. Bill talked about the spoofing. They've been doing that over and over.
Mm-hmm.
They're buying up everything they can physically get their hands on. I got a report out of Switzerland today. Bullion dealers are out of silver. They don't have any silver of any kind. And the
Right.
gold, they're down to just 500 gram bars is all that's left. That's even gone. It's really crazy what's happening inventory wise. When they crashed the
Mm-hmm.
market last Friday, we saw an absolute drain of anything that was physical. People started buying at epic levels because they knew this was fake, right? They knew this wasn't anything to do with physical metals at all. So it isn't just China just buying up everything they can get their
Mm-hmm.
hands on. Yeah, JP Morgan Chase, they dumped all their futures at $73 that day.
Wow.
And then they started buying everything they could grab their hands on. Okay.
At
So
exact
so,
bottom.
so there's a lot of
That
weird
cannot
stuff going
happen.
on here, and it's even happening right now. Before we started this call, I took a look at the silver price just to take a look. It was $89. Right now it's 76. It's
Ooh.
dropped $13 in the last 2 hours.
How
on the
much
spot
longer
price.
can we? We're gonna.
That tells you that
Go ahead.
paper price is becoming irrelevant when it comes to actual inventory of silver. People, there's such a
Mhm.
separation between paper and physical delivery. You know, it used to be it was $8 spread, $10 spread, $12 throughout January. It went to $16 spread. Friday and Saturday it was $20. Right, so that just tells you the gap is widening, and everybody's starting to say, you know what, physical is the only thing that's real. It's the only thing left that's real. But you can bet that China will play the game as much as they have to because they're trying to get a hold of all the silver they can get as well. And it isn't just China doing this. Look at the industrial users, Apple, Samsung, LG, anybody that's doing large scale electronics, they're buying anything they can get their hands on right now because they're concerned about supply to keep their factories running. So physical accessibility to silver is shrinking very fast and it's drying up. And this means we're probably going to have a reckoning coming within weeks, if not sooner, when the reality of that sets in. The reason I mentioned March before is because there's a lot of futures contracts that are coming due in March.
Yes.
And they want all the people that are going long to state their position. Are they going to stand for delivery? Or are they going to roll their contract or sell out or whatever they're going to do? In the past, everybody playing the paper game, they just made their money and rolled to another contract. They didn't care about physical delivery. But now you have 300 million ounces that have already intended they're going to stand for delivery in March. Where's that coming from? Who's going to provide it?
Right.
So there's a tsunami coming. It's going to be very interesting to watch.
Mhm. Quick question to Will and Bill, and then we're going to open up the airways for Juan. Quick question, quick answer. To the best of your knowledge, it's a crystal ball question perhaps, but you gentlemen will know better than I. How much longer do you anticipate? We'll go to Bill and then Will. How much longer do you anticipate these massive moves? You just said 89 to 76 while we're chatting here for the last hour or so. How many more months or what duration can we expect these massive moves, roller coaster swings up and or down, to continue? Bill?
Yeah, well, if you're including up, then probably a while. I mean, we're still talking. It's an interesting point to make here, and I'm not trying to discount the fact that there was not natural price discovery of it coming back down. That was obviously fixed, but we're still up from January 1st. So it's still moving, even though it swung up and then swung back down. It's still up from in the last 30 days, even with this big drop here. Now, with that said, over the foreseeable future, we may see these swings. The swing right now, granted, it's after hours, and this is a spot market, so the trading is pretty low, so the spreads get really, really wide. So I imagine it'll tighten up, into the morning tomorrow, and these swings will get a little less. But I would say we're kind of in a fight for the next week or two, and then it starts to, again, they start to close these positions at lower. These future contracts, and they accumulate. Even just kind of harkening back to your China question, this is all just an accumulation event for them. This is the perfect storm, and that's why they were happy to partner with, in a lot of ways, banks in the United States, because the end goal for them is to acquire more physical silver. They don't really care what the paper price does because they're not going to use that. It's an irrelevant number to them. And so they were happy to work alongside, and the Shanghai market and the United States market, were in tandem there in perfect unison, which again is indicative of them working together on that. And so this is China's objective here, is to accumulate physical silver irregardless of other circumstances. And moving forward, I think we'll see this until these positions close, until, we're talking about, again, we've mentioned this in the past, we're talking about bank failure as the alternative. So the Fed Reserve is going to do everything it can in terms of, money creation out of thin air to prolong this system. So, it's an enemy there with effectively infinite wealth. But at some point, and Will, I think, put this brilliantly, at some point, people start to realize that the paper price is irrelevant. And that was the first thing we saw with backwardation a while back. We're seeing it again today with backwardation again. And on and off, we've been seeing this, but there's this detachment from reality. And at some point, people stop caring whatsoever about the paper price. It becomes a useless number. And that's probably where we're heading in the next several weeks.
Thank you. Will, any quick comment before we go to Juan?
Just one comment about what occurred today. Marco Rubio brings together 50 allied nations to do a minerals conference to talk about supply chain. Okay. And the opening speech was J.D. Vance. And what he talked about was we need to institute price floors. Why? Yeah. Because if minerals are being flooded on the market at prices that are lower than we can mine them ourselves, we'll never have a mining project. The miners will not be in business. Now, I've talked to some of the mining companies. They want to see $300 silver, so it's economical for them to actually be in the mining business for silver. Right now, silver is a byproduct. They're going after copper, gold, something else, and it's a byproduct they're getting out of refining. But they're not specifically targeting it. But if the price is sufficient, and if Marco Rubio is able to get all these nations to talk about a price floor that's reasonable for silver, the U.S. can get back in the mining game, and we can start putting our own economic security and technological security back underneath us by having our own mining operations. But we can't do it if cheap silver's flooding the market, destroying the mining operations. So we need the miners to get back in the game. We need to be getting it out of the ground because high tech needs it. And we're going to need a price to do that. And now they're talking price floors. So let's watch what the government does, because that could have a major movement on what's going to happen long term, particularly throughout the rest of 26. And I'll leave it with Juan.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Will and Bill. Go ahead, Juan. Any comments on all the China or any aspect of what you've been listening to?
I was thinking about this a minute ago. I get these random thoughts. And so several years ago, I had to use someone that had very advanced AI products and had created for marketing purposes, millions and millions of accounts that were commenting and stuff all over the world and in bot locations and all that. And this was, kind of it was a business contact. It wasn't like he was my best buddy in the world. But at a certain point, he's telling me that about his AI girlfriends. And so he had created 3 AI girlfriends and for different things. So he's all excited about this. And they do this and they say that and blah, blah, blah. At the same time, it just so happened that I knew his wife from something else before I ever knew him. And she picks up the phone and calls me and says, that she's getting ready to leave him and she knows I have some business with him and she doesn't want it to affect our business, but she's leaving. And I'm like, okay. And she adds in, he's more interested in his girlfriends online than he is in me. Well, the girlfriends online were the AIs. That's paper silver. It's not real. Okay.
I was wondering where you were going with
real.
that.
I was just clicking
Yeah.
through my mind,
Good advice.
that's how real the paper silver is. Totally unreal. It looks beautiful. It's great. You can trade with it. You can show all your friends. You can brag on it. When it comes to
Oh
delivery,
yeah.
he's not climbing in
Good luck.
bed with the paper imagery and the reality when she left him. His brain was focused in the wrong place. I think she was probably ultimately right to draw the line in the stand. He wasn't paying attention to her. You better pay attention. Physical silver's the whole game.
Yeah,
Physical gold,
that's right.
and everything else is a happy thought illusion with no connection to reality. Please get your brain going in the right direction right now.
Yeah. Great story. Brings it home. Pretty much right there.
And by the way,
You
just so
know.
you know, just as an aside,
Mhm.
real quick, John, I'm dealing right now with folks in several major banking communities across the globe. Um, there was clear indications prior to what happened last Friday that something was coming. Now, I didn't want to cry wolf in a crowded theater, but I was aware there would be some manipulations and that, at the very least, everybody be paced or measured or whatever, understand. But the pressure upward for silver is absolutely as solid as it gets because of industrial demand,
Mhm.
extremely low production numbers from the mining community because they're not focusing on silver, they're focusing on other metals. It's just a byproduct of other mining. The upward pressure for silver, and I told your audience this the other day, it's out there somewhere around 280 to 300 for a whole bunch of reasons, both from the consuming industrial side and from the producing mining side. The reason they need something approaching, I think a floor for silver, probably a realistic negotiated floor, is going to be down there somewhere around 240 for a bunch of reasons. And that's a floor. That's not the price. That's that anybody that's selling less than that, everybody's got to give them the side eye. It means everybody has to get competitive that comes in the market. Um, it may be an entry position. They raise that floor at some point. 300 is not unreasonable either. Um, and the companies that can produce for less than that, then they're geniuses. Go make a buck. But you need to encourage mining to come in and stay. And right now, the numbers that they're at on the U.S. side, 280 is the number. And I said that publicly for the big producers to decide, okay, let's go for it. I think if they see the upward direction of silver as it gets past 240, 260, and looks like it's going to stay stable there, they're diving in because they know it's still got to go higher. It's and demand for silver in the U.S. and by the way, right here in Japan continues to grow with technology. Just the march of technological advance across the world, the use of energy increases the need for silver. It's a natural outgrowth of that. And there's no other metal that replaces silver that competes with silver. There isn't a replacement metal out there or anything on the horizon for the functions that silver provides within connectivity in a electrons flowing for various things that technology uses. So the demand is increasing just within an industrial component, an advance of technology, let alone production returning to America and the need for silver inside America, the tariffs to block outside silver at of prices that we can't compete with from a labor component, et cetera. So silver has huge pressure up. Any pressure down is almost non-existent in a real world. You don't believe me? I got a guy that's got AI girlfriends in the silver market that you would probably just love.
Hey, let's go to Bill Armour real quickly here. With countries struggling to get physical silver, as Will Barney brought to our attention, how about you? Are you having difficulty getting silver to the public?
Yeah, great question. No, so at this point, absolutely not. Again, and I think we've talked offline about this, but we have been proactive in the sense that we understood that it's practice what you preach. We believe that there would be a silver shortage, so obviously making sure supply lines were strong, inventory was strong. So at this point, nothing we're running into, nothing on the horizon where we're having an issue with procuring physical silver. But I do know, between friends here, that I do absolutely know there are companies out there where it is a struggle, and one, where they're reaching and trying to, buy metals off of us, and obviously, at a discount so that they can sell them
Wow.
to clients, and not something we're interested in. We prepared, it's kind of like the person that has batteries, bullets, etc. When the tsunami hits. So we have our survivor supplies, and if people forgot theirs, that's on them.
Well, this is a perfect storm. I mean, this is almost a once in a lifetime event when you listen to all the data points that we've been discussing.
All right. How about that, man? That was one gets me every time. I love that intro. What a time to be alive. What a time to have this incredible guest on. You guys already know how amazing and informative Mr. Juan Savin is. So Juan is going to be joining us here shortly. I believe he's on another call right now. So you guys are with me here for a few. And I'm going to go over some announcements. I got our verse of the night. I hopefully got you guys. Are we good? 5-5? Okay, you guys know your futures are very bright, okay? So I'm going to take those off now. I'm just getting the habit. That's like the new thing. The shades, right? The shades. All right. So, yes, 5-5. Awesome. I got Facebook, X, Rumble. Good to go. All right. Well, this is going to be a great show. Great show. And I rebuke any entities, demons right now in the name of Jesus. So guys, Juan is going to be joining us. Like I said, he's finishing up another, I don't know how many shows he does, but he's over in Asia right now. So we got to be very thankful for him coming on. This was very last minute. I just hit him up yesterday and said, hey man, I need you to come on and talk to my amazing audience, because we're going to discuss what really went down with silver. I know that's one thing everyone's kind of silver and gold metals and what happened last week, but also moving forward, we're going to discuss a lot of things in regards to election fraud. I kind of want to hopefully get maybe an update on Tina Peters and more. And then I told him, I'm like, dude, 10 minutes at the end, we're getting Q&A. So hopefully it's a response like quick, and you guys, I can get like 2 or 3 questions in from you guys in the chat. So I'm going to go ahead and start us out, guys. I have the verse for the night, but I couldn't get the less tabs I pull up, the better. So Mr. Jason requested one of our awesome helpers and admins, or helpers, in our Jeremiah 29:11. So I had it pulled up, but then I egged out because the more tabs I have open, obviously the slower things get, and I don't want to risk anything. So Jeremiah 29:11. Oh, there's Juan right there. Hold on. So Juan, give me 1 second, brother. Juan is here, my friends. All right. Well, I'm going to, guys, without further ado, let's bring Juan in. Juan, can you hear me?
I can. How you doing, folks?
Good, brother. How are you?
Good. It's a beautiful day.
Good. Well, I was just getting ready to start off with our verse and prayer real quick. So perfect timing, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I'm going to start. So the verse is Jeremiah 29:11. And that says, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. So obviously a phenomenal verse, guys, that I think we all can relate to right now. God is going to provide. God is providing, and you can see that right now with the restoration. So if you would join me in a launch off prayer, and then we'll hear from Mr. Juan himself. Father God, Heavenly Father, Yeshua, Holy Spirit, Father, I just thank you. Continue to thank you so much for this this abundance that you're continuing to give us all. Even though the evil is becoming very clear to see, Father, you continue to shine the light. And I just ask that you continue to give us that hedge of protection, continue to give us your wisdom, fill us with the discernment, and most of all, your Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit, come into this stream tonight. Give us the words to say, the ears to hear, and give everybody just the opening of their heart and mind so we can all come together with unity, love, and the right information. We know that we're in an information war right now, Father, and deceiving and deception is the enemy's tactics. So I just ask that you protect us and protect everyone watching from these tactics, and just guide us with the supernatural healing that only you can provide to endure the rest of this battle, whatever that may be, however long it may be. We thank you for choosing us to be warriors right now in your kingdom, to look the enemies in the eyes and say, enough is enough. We say this in the name of Yeshua, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Wow. So you are in Asia, somewhere around the world, and this is beautiful.
Yeah. Actually, it's a beautiful day out. Not a cloud in the sky. Yesterday was the same thing here in Tokyo, and just had a beautiful, moon overnight. Was just absolutely amazing. I enjoyed going out. One of the few cities probably in the world you can actually go out for a walk at night, and I don't really think about it. So,
Man,
but
nice.
Yeah. And you get out there in that cold, crisp, clear air, which there was here overnight, and even with the lights of the city, you could see the stars and all that. It was pretty spectacular. And then the moon, coming overhead. It was just a beautiful night. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what the weather's like there, but it looks like it's pretty nice. So,
well, of course, when you get a clear sky like that, it gets pretty nippy. So it was right at freezing overnight. And right now outside, it's like about 47, 48 degrees, I think. And I was actually going to sit over in the outdoor at the coffee thing. I had a beautiful breakfast this morning already, but I was going to sit over at the outdoor coffee thing, and they hadn't quite got it set up yet. They were about 20 minutes from being ready. So I figured
it's so
I'd
crazy.
inside and
We're sitting over here. It's like 7 o'clock, whatever. And it's just crazy how the world works, man. I can't imagine being in your shoes and all these time zones and, things you go through, man. But at least you get to experience that,
Yeah, it's for me, I guess it's a little bit more normal because it's been that way for me for long decades. So it's just the way it is, and harder for I think most of the women in the audience would understand that it's hard to be on the move continuously, and it is easier if it's just one person. So, I'll try to plant her someplace for a few days while I run all over the place and come back. But she doesn't want to. She wants to be with me, which is great. But anyway.
So real quick, I was doing an intro and I show the audience. One, I had your website here in a second, and then 2 guys, I want to make sure everyone knows things. Obviously, you're going to see some updates. JordanClark.shop, and then you go down about halfway, you'll see this the new JFK to 9/11 link is on there for the show on Rumble. You guys got to watch that. It's unbelievable. 3.5 hours. Juan, I was telling you about that earlier. And then Verity Metals is on here, guys. Obviously, Juan has an amazing website with metals as well. He's very intelligent on that. So I just had some updates on here, guys. We can go over it later. But for crypto and everything else, go to my website. For Juan, I think it's still the same, right? Mr. Juan? Did we lose him? Okay. Hold on. Let me see if we lost him. Did we lose you?
Wi-Fi. It did something like this yesterday. It was internet, so I'm calling you in without the Wi-Fi on.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No problem. Thanks, brother. He said he's had bad Wi-Fi. So I want to show you all this. This is Juan's website, guys. So if you guys go to shop, I know, like I said, the silver situation, just hang tight. But he's got a lot of stuff on here, including his coins. He's going to be popping back in. There he is. So Juan, loading. But JenniferMack.com/shop. Juan, is it still the JenniferMack.com/shop?
Yeah, the JenniferMack.com, and for kind of, the coins and large orders and some of the books. So I also have allpatriots.gumroad.com, and so that's the other one. But we all love sending stuff over to Jennifer, and she'd actually, this movement wouldn't be the same without Jennifer. I don't know if people fully appreciate that, but she does so much stuff that is not really known or understood in the background. And then I probably don't give her enough credit for a lot of the stuff that she does that I take credit for. So,
well, it's a team effort, man. I can imagine. I know how hard it is, obviously, with content and, just the back end of stuff to an extent, but I can't imagine, she has to do the website. She's got to do all the, keep up with everything. It's hard. So, but anyways,
well, in fact, I was up early and she was up earlier. I think she was up our local time here at 3 a.m, just doing office stuff that had to be done, and on the other side of the world. So, it's just part of it. Goes with the territory. So, and we have a meeting here today in Tokyo. Actually, we have a couple of them that she has, had to do preparation for. So, that I'm ready to go when I get into those meetings. And so she does a lot of stuff that makes it possible for me to be doing, it's one thing to have to know stuff and, maybe run a meeting, etc. It's another thing to do the logistics that allow you to get there and then be fully prepared and all that. And usually have some kind of a staff person. Well, in fact, I may have to start bringing at least one staff person with us on a lot of the stuff, because things are getting more complex right now with things that we're doing behind the scenes. And so it's, it's a hassle, but, I may have to have an advanced team to be able to go ahead of us for some of this stuff. So.
Gotcha. Well, hey, listen, I know I know I have a huge audience that has been, I do this every night. And
well, hold on. I hold on. I know you want to get, I got one thing.
Yeah.
Before I forget it, because I'll forget about this. You were mentioning JFK to 9/11. And I think everybody within this audience and similar, it's really, 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 really important to kind of keep in the forefront of our thoughts within this community that the turning point, the flip, the hinge moment within the capture, not just of America, but of the world by this globalista, if you will, was sealing the deal within this current kind of generation, that all hinged off and pivoted off of taking control from the presidency down through all the ranks with certain legal authorities. It's one thing to be a deep state and capture control of this institution or that institution, this business or this money printing entity, the judiciary, all sorts of things. But if you don't control this one senior office within the presidency, within our system, you're always at risk. You can even control Congress with the majorities, a supermajority, and elected positions all across the country. But the executive authority, commander in chief authority, especially after the 54 amendments based on nuclear continuity and government authorities, without that specific, you're in danger. And so this is why the presidency was so critical, including to take someone out. Remember, Kennedy was doing things to counter the deep state, including in the monetary. One of the most obvious being that he had gone against this international monetary system, the Federal Reserve, International Reserve System, by having silver certificates printed up by the Treasury tied to physical silver. He was going to further advance that in the second term to include gold certificates and begin to undermine, wash out the foundation for the Federal Reserve and the Federal Reserve notes, and this paying interest to an international body to, print money and perpetually increase the debt of the American people and taxes to be paid. By the way, one thing that most people don't know, the Grace Commission, I'm going somewhere, but let me diverge for half a second. The Grace Commission under President Reagan looked at the infernal income tax system and determined that no money paid in taxes to the Internal Revenue Service were going to do anything. They were just servicing the debt, this imaginary, fictitious debt that was owed on the paper money that was being printed by the Federal Reserve. And that was absolutely shocking in that era for those that understood what they were reading. That it was only with the expansion of debt that the federal government was doing anything. Buy a new submarine, go to the Federal Reserve, have them print more money. Do a social problem, go to the Federal Reserve, have them print money that we owe interest on. And then if you go to the Constitution, and this is part of what was pointed out during congressional testimony and things like that, the Federal Reserve, even at that time during the Reagan administration, President Reagan was trying to push this point, was operating and in play extra constitutionally. At the time that it was voted into existence, the political will of the people in office did not exist to overturn the Federal Reserve legislation that created them. Yet everybody knew at the time that it wasn't constitutional. The Constitution outlines that money is gold and silver coin minted by the Treasury. And you couldn't have anything else than that constitutionally. And yet here you had this agency that was put into power and hijacked, captured. These are pirates that bought off politicians, put them into power. And then even that was done, when nobody else was around during, the lead up to a Christmas recess. It was a big racket, a big fraud. Okay. And by the way, the Collier brothers, who looked at the voting irregularities, etc., they were friends back in the 80s and early 90s, and they were doing absolutely amazing work. Their book, Vote Scam, is amazing. And by the way, the other video you should have everybody watch is the
I need to update
video. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I need to update you, man. Like where I'm at with, because I do this every night with my audience. You know this. I do a show every night, 2 a day, and I'm by myself. Like, you're literally one of my only guests. I don't go begging for guests, but I love to have you on. And I just want to update you where I'm at with them. And by the way, I've only watched 30 minutes of this. Last night I started this, and I had 2 people in my crypto collective community watch it in 3 hours. It's pretty long, but the first 30 minutes, mind blowing. But I wanted to update you on where I'm at with, everything in regards to the audience and what I'm discussing. So I want to come back to kind of what you're saying on this Rumble thing video, but we are at this point now where we know, and I think a lot of people are waking up to this Federal Reserve system, the central banking cartel that obviously is around the world. And we're seeing the manipulation of, numbers, whether it's through silver, and pretty much everything's an illusion. Everything's been a lie. They manipulate the numbers. They always have, whether it's jobs, whether it's the inflation, so we're kind of at that point, and we realize that we have a parallel system playing out with Trump's, ERS tariffs. Then you have the Federal Reserve System, which is being exposed. Just lost him. So I'm just trying to get him updated to where we're at, guys, as an audience, so he knows, what, because I want to talk about this. The first 30 minutes of this incredible documentary is Is it okay? Well, I can X out of one of my browsers because I have a lot of tabs open. So let me X out of that. Just come back in. I'll X out of that browser with the Rumble on it. Okay. I figured it was that. So I'll exit out of that. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to exit out of this Chrome browser. It has literally all my tabs open, but oh well, it's gone. Okay. No more screen share. Can't lose Juan. So hopefully he's going to come back on here. But guys, as I was saying, when you start this documentary and you watch the first 30 minutes, it goes back to, this is about, like, Juan. I'm going to let Juan explain it here in a second. Give me 1 second, Juan. Give me 1 second, brother. I'm ending my task so we don't have anything running. Okay. It says I have nothing. Okay. Cool. So, are you there, Juan? We got nothing open. So, are you there? Give me Juan. I'm hoping that'll work. If you want to try it one more time now. Okay. All right, let's see. I refreshed everything. So 1 second, guys. I gotta get a new computer. I had to refresh the StreamYard. StreamYard is absolutely horrific. So, okay. I don't know why it's doing this on it's. Oh, there you was. Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay. I'm not saying we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
We're good. Okay. All right. I'm over here like, no, we got it. Can you hear me?
I
Can you hear me?
can.
Okay. What in the world? It's got to be. Maybe that Wi-Fi back on. I have everything out. So
With
you're breaking up, my man.
when I was kids, we
Okay.
had the radiators. So.
There you are. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you're lagging, or I don't know
I'm
if
in an
it's.
excellent position. I've got fantastic.
I don't
I'm
know
going to
then.
tell you, I've got excellent connection here myself.
Well, let's try this. I X'd out of everything on my computer, shut everything down. So, I'm gonna let you. So what I was saying is
Okay.
that Rumble podcast thing, that Rumble 9/11 thing, is the first 30 minutes is about Nazis and how this goes back to obviously the Skull and Bones. And I know that you talk about a lot of this in your book, in the Kid by the Side of the Road. And that's what I try to help people with, the families, the spiritual war that we're in, and how the presidents before Trump all are part of what you were kind of talking about, that position where they have to be in this, society. And JFK did talk about it.
Yep.
So yeah, go ahead.
Well, the one thing I wanted to bring this full circle with, if you don't have an advocate like Trump who is willing to wield that power, and we've had a number of presidents that were on the wrong side or that were afraid to, power's only good if you use it, if you exercise it. If you have the authority but you won't exercise it, it's useless to you. It's wasted on you.
Right.
And so Trump has been wielding that power in order to yard in these deep state mechanisms and entities. And that's why they hate him so much. All of the things that we're fighting through right now couldn't possibly happen without a Trump type figure. And so, for example, I just was on a very long call with people in legal stuff that I have going. And part of the issue was law firms are afraid to go in against the existing machine because judges will, just for bringing something, they won't get favor on the next case. The judge will find a reason to go after them. The judges come from certain law firms and that have certain themes a lot of times. And if you're part of something that's going against the law firm they came from or where they tend to go in the future, certain principles, they'll find a way and you won't be able to do it. In fact, if you go to the Godfather movie, one of the interesting things in there where the other families were so upset with the Godfather was he wasn't, they had their politicians, they had their unions, but he had the judges and he wasn't sharing the judges with the other
Is this
families.
why Trump talks about Godfather and Q and that? I mean, but Trump specifically always says Al Capone.
Absolutely, because the judges are so much of a key. Look at what's going on in the election stuff. If you look at all the articles, like I sent a couple of AOL articles over and CNN or whatever to my guys, and the reason they sent them is because look at what they're saying here. They're saying that courts have found that Trump is wrong about the 2020 election because courts have found that there was no fraud in the 2020 election. Talking about the Georgia thing, well, he's just wrong. The FBI went in and seized all the ballots and machine information, but the courts have found he's wrong. There was no fraud in the 2020. Well, the courts are crooked. Even those not they founding, they cook the cases. No court's actually heard any evidence of any significance, even like the Tina Peters situation. Yeah, because she never got to present her case. The judge was so crooked, he blocked her from ever being able to present any relevant information into her case. And then he gave the jury instructions that were actually fraudulent. And so then we can't get the other courts to come in and address it. When we did finally get to the 3-panel tribunal, you got a corrupt system. When we got to the 3-judge panel that reviewed Tina's case, oh my gosh, they were like beside themselves. But even then, how long before we get around? You know, it's just it's maddening. But the point I wanted to make, just a real quick point,
go ahead.
that at the point that these globalista were able to secure the position of the presidency, from that point forward, all the way to 9/11 and beyond, you virtually didn't have a point of ingress to thwart or stop these people. And even Reagan was inadequate to the task because he wasn't able to move the Reagan Revolution far enough from, rhetoric to actual action. And even there, you had George Bush Sr., who was doing things behind Reagan's back. Iran-Contra wasn't a Reagan thing. That was a Bush thing. Ollie and team were doing the bidding of the Bush people coming out of CIA with their drug stuff and their money stuff and all that. That was a Bush thing. In fact, when they destroyed all those records,
Bush won.
Bush won. I've said numerous times to audiences, had Ollie North not destroyed those records in the basement of the White House, you had never got a Bush 1 presidency or a Bush 2 presidency, and you wouldn't have gotten Clinton.
You're all fraud.
Either. And so destroying those records was a crime against the country. And the other thing that's relevant within saying that is what did he preserve? Well, what Fawn Hall carried out of the White House in her boots was the bank account numbers, was all the banking information. Okay. He didn't need any copies of secret agreements or whatever. They just needed the bank information, the numbers, so they could go back and access all the accounts. Come on, man.
Can I ask you? So on this, I'm having anxiety right now because I don't want to lose you. And the most important, no, I'm serious. I'm serious.
We'll keep calling it no matter what. We'll get through this.
I'm getting drilled like lately, and I can explain it, but you're better. I've already heard you do it. What in the world happened to silver? And explain to everybody what they're doing. Because obviously they're shorts. The money is not in the vaults. They don't have money. They don't have the contracts. They don't have anything. And now they're panicking. And we had that silver plunge. Can you explain that?
Yeah. In the simplest possible terms, I'm not trying to oversimplify something that's actually fairly complex, but I think for the sake of the audience, the easiest, 500,000 foot view is at this subject is you have a number of entities, banks primarily, who have been manipulating silver since the close of the silver window. So about 15 years ago, and I actually called it a month and a half, almost 2 months in advance.
When you say manipulating, can we just say lying?
Well, lying goes with the manipulation, but what they've been doing, and I said this at the time when they closed the silver window, been open for a couple centuries in London. When they closed this trading window, they went from the actual trade of physical silver predominantly with very, very, very short-term contracts for transiting physical silver holding
Hold on 1 second, brother. Hold on. You're in and out. Did you have a call come in? You might have had a call come in.
I promise you, I
You have a
come out
call?
of silver on such and so a date.
Hey, hold on. Juan, did you have a call? Yeah, I don't know where we lost you. Is the Wi-Fi normally good? If it is, maybe try the Wi-Fi again. Because I turned off everything on my end, so I don't. Okay. And I'll switch that right now. So I'm going to go straight to the Wi-Fi side. See how we do. Okay, yeah, I don't remember where you left off, so we'll just. Okay. All right. So, guys, this is the most important thing that I've been trying to explain. Like, so pretty much, he's going to come back in here, make sure he's just connected to Wi-Fi. But guys, everything's a lie. Like, the numbers are a lie. They lie about the job numbers. They lie about inflation. They lie about everything. They have for years. And now what happened is a lot of these bigger entities, like he said, they made contracts, paper contracts, shorts. So they sold people all this silver over the years, but didn't have the silver, just like the gold. And then money has no value, and they don't have dollars like you think they do in the vaults. It's all an illusion. So we had end of the month where a bunch of these larger entities had to come in and cover their butt, and they did it illegally, and people helped them. And what they did is they took their money out of the assets they were, invested in, like crypto, gold, silver. But also you have to think too, there's a new chairman nominee. So Warsh comes in. So you have a lot of fear from these big investment companies, right? Right at the end of the month. So I'm going to kind of let Juan here. He's back. So Lord Jesus, please let us connect and bring everything to surface, and let Juan speak, Lord. I rebuke any enemy, any entity. In Jesus' name. All right. I rebuke any enemies. So I don't remember where you left off, but
I'll figure it out. We will not go quietly into the night.
We've done this before, man. I'll hold the speaker
what I was
right
saying
here.
is that from the 500,000 foot view, these people. Yeah. Well, I turned off my cell phone side, and now guaranteeing that we're on the Wi-Fi side, and see how that holds up. So maybe it was on cell phone the whole time. It was intermittent.
If you have to go audio only, bro,
from the 500,000 foot view. Well, let's see. I don't think it'll make a difference. I've got great bars, so let's see what happens.
Okay.
From the 500,000 foot view, if you look at the silver stuff, what they were doing was every time you had more buyers show up to buy silver, they would sift in more paper delivery contracts and extend the time for delivery. And most people had no clue. Banks trading with banks. So it made it artificially look like there was more silver available, supply and demand, than was actually true. In the meantime, two things were sucking down actual physical silver availability. Number one, silver is an industrial metal, so it's used in all kinds of manufacturing. By keeping the price of silver artificially low, it favors chip manufacturers. It favors the semiconductor industry. It favors certain types of industry that uses silver heavily, the solar panels, etc. It also disfavors American production of silver. The mines just physically could not justify going after silver at the low prices, and the extremely high cost of labor in the U.S., OSHA compliance, etc. So other than a byproduct of other mining, say copper, where silver comes out in large amounts as a byproduct of copper mining. And then foreign mining operations, which China predominantly controls. It disfavored America going after silver. We got a lot of silver here. To give you an idea how rich America is in silver, down at Tombstone, Arizona, the reason that town out in the middle of nowhere was so important at the end of the 1800s, coming into the 1900s, is because of the silver mines. The whole area is just buried in silver mines, holes and shafts. You know, tens.
We've had a lot of gold. We've had
of silver mining shafts.
A lot of silver. Right.
Well, silver was the key there, and by the way, it was so rich. The first telephone exchange in the United States wasn't in New York or California. It was at Tombstone, Arizona, in that area, from all of the silver mining people and groups that needed to communicate as they were pulling the silver out and sending it around the country. It was a very big deal.
So I've been telling everybody, Trump, and real quick, just about what you're saying. Is, you know, Trump's bringing everything back in, all this manufacturing, the tariffs, I mean, all this, but also the infrastructure, the new energy aspect. There's a lot of demand for silver, but why the price? Because I think what people want to know is how these numbers are manipulated, and obviously there was some kind of corruption, because you said it's not possible to do what happened last week. And we're seeing the booms finally and everything that we talked about a year ago. You know, I'm just really trying to help people. You're breaking up on me.
Give that little bit of background so you have a. Okay, let me just try a different location here. The reason that I wanted to give that little bit of background, it's like painting. Well, you got to get the, you know, clouds and the sunset in first before you put the stuff in the foreground, the trees and the terrain like that. So it's actually very important to get, you know, an understanding of these basics before you get to the main event. By sifting in huge amounts of silver coin, of silver paper, you then expanded this fake silver reality into, you know, the real world, as though it was real, but it's not. Fake silver won't build solar panels, won't run microchips, but keeping the price of silver artificially low favors those people in those industries. Now that that was being exposed, and the price had been rising since late in 2023. You know, I literally, when I brought out the silver coin that Jen and I had, the day that we released it was the low point in silver. The march up, when you look at the charts, began literally that day, and have continued steadily up since then. The problem was, came full tilt during October, November. And so, plus the Trump administration behind the scenes, but sent over at Treasury and that whole group, had essentially made the forays into the banking community, considering or concerning their actions to try to manipulate silver prices, both domestically and in foreign locations. And the tariffs, remember, silver coming into the United States gets hit with the tariff also. And the idea is to encourage the mining to turn back on in America on silver. And so we have domestic supply available as Trump turns on industry, manufacturing in the U.S. Silver is one of the key strategic metals, including not just militarily. And remember, we're turning on the military production to, and there's a reason for this. I mean, I'm an anti-war guy, I've become more so over the years. However, how do you stop Russia? Well, hold on. How do we stop Russia and China and all these other groups, including Ukraine, from manufacturing all these military items and sending them out to the world and then getting paid big money to do so. Well, we
Control the
we become
manufacturing.
we control the manufacturing. So when Trump does a deal, say in Saudi Arabia, who's looking at pricing oil in BRICS money, Brazil, Russia, India, China, we get them to do an arms deal with us. And then, by the way, as they're paying for it, they got to use dollars from oil. And we get them to agree that they're not going to use BRICS coin to pay for oil in the transit, that we're going to provide the military protection for the safe transit of energy across the planet, oil. And then we go to next door to Qatar and do an even bigger deal. What did Trump do? He guarantees they're not buying Chinese, they're not buying Russian, they're not buying Yugoslavian or whatever. They're buying from America. And then their foreign policy has to be in alignment with our foreign policy, not just for a couple days or a decade. Those systems that they're buying are going to be in place for 30 years. The training, the spare parts, the actual weapons themselves. If they go attack Israel, they go do whatever in the region. We just cut off the arms supply to them, the spare parts, the
That's what Trump's really doing right now with Cuba, and I keep telling people he's choking them out, and they're trying to start war. But I guess again,
the next thing that comes into that whole equation is silver is a key strategic component for that manufacturing that is going to move back home. Well, the other component in here, China's been fighting us with arms and with, all sorts of mischief. But the silver markets are a key part of that. Who are they really working with behind the scenes? China has been working with the globalista run through the banks in the city of London. Okay.
You say China, who are you referring to? Because it's not Xi.
I'm talking about the military machine is actually just an extension of these globalists running out of the city of London, the Davos crowd.
Yeah, but for our audience, so help me out, because I say this too, and you can answer it better than me. So I refer to China a lot, and we all do, because it's so big, and they wanted to make China the command center for their one world order. But so it's the CCP and the invisible enemy, I say, not President Xi. Right?
Right. This is a really important point. It's worth dwelling on for a moment, doing this mental gymnastics. You're living a James Bond movie. You're living Our Man Flint movie. And it's not it's Spectre. Well, who's Spectre? Who's the organization? Who's actually doing it? In the case of China, they're being run like a branch office from the Davos crowd. Any theater that you see to make it look like they're opposing China or whatever, bullshit. Look at their actions. They speak louder than words. It's a team effort. And in all of this, America is in the way, or was at least partially in the way, in completing that. Trump is this guy that's kind of leading this thing. And I'll use this as an example. A number of years ago, well before Trump, I was in this is back when the silver thing started. And so I was briefing some folks. It was in the aftermath of Benghazi and like that. And the folks that were asking the questions, they were all actually very much so focused on China. This was in a military intelligence setting. And they were just totally fixated on China. And, it was like I farted in the room or something in this particular setting when I says, but it's not China. You keep, all of your eyes are, the attention's on China, but look at the actions by the Brits. Look at the actions out of London. Look at the Davos crowd, the secret handshake crowd. If Kennedy was here right now, he'd tell you China isn't the problem. It's the people running China, and here's the guys that are doing it.
That's
And it'd be
exactly
that
what I was referring to. Yes.
CFR crowd. It would be that, and it's not just one. It's like Spectre in the James Bond series. Ian Fleming understood this. He was an intelligence operative in World War II. When he writes what he writes concerning a global system that's like an exchange, it's the criminal side of a politicized monster. It literally is the Davos CFR.
Yeah, look what just happened for our audience. What happened to Davos, right? How amazing was that?
So you're watching a crowd that it's Hydra. They're all working together. Let me add something for your crowd that I think is relevant. I mentioned this over the last couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
There is, for example, and let me say it not as a fact but as a question, but it is a fact as far as I'm concerned. Here within the electioneering, the people that have been putting the machines out and the fake ballots printed in China, by the way, the people behind that, a number of them have tattoos of, it's called a screaming pope. And they had them long before it was popular. Okay. And this screaming pope tattoo has a certain symbology to it. It's the enslavement, encasement of the good guys behind bars, if you will. Not saying the Pope's a good guy or bad guy, but it's just a particular image they happen to like. And it's a certain branch of the Satanic worshiping cult, literally. Okay. And so they like to have this tattoo. What you're going to want to watch for is people within various segments of the groups that have been stealing the elections in America and across the world. And a significant number of them all have this tattoo. Why? Because they're part of a particular wing or branch of the satanic worship community, literally, who have targeted the way the votes are handled, tallied, conducted in all sorts of different ways to own who gets into power, into the leadership positions in countries across the world. So it's just thinking in terms of, I don't want to be like Nazi. It's overused. Okay, it loses its bite because it's just thrown around loosely and
well,
I think
I'm
even
talking
foolishly.
serious. I'm being very serious because Ukraine. I mean, when you watch the first 30 minutes of that, JFK 9/11, it's explaining how, like, guys, people don't understand that the crown and the royal family is German.
Yep.
People don't know that. I mean, and what's Harry was, or Prince Andrew was one of the older guys. He was a Nazi, and it's in the film.
They had to change their name from Saxe Coburg Goats out of the Black Forest in Germany to Windsor, because the public wouldn't accept that you had cousins fighting cousins, and it was all part of a ruse, by the way. To let me just back it up further. Let me support you a bit further on this, Jordan. If you look at the the Masons and the father of Freemasonry in America, I can't think of his name here, wrote Morals and Dogma. In the middle of his book written in the 1800s, Albert Pike says that he wrote the book Morals and Dogma, which is like the Bible for Freemasonry in America. In the ink, he wrote the whole book in green ink, and he says he wrote it in green ink in commemoration of, to honor the spirit who taught him everything in the book. Well, the spirit was green. Yeah, one of the images of Satan, Lucifer, the devil, is as the green man. Green because he hid amongst the green leaves of the garden, waiting for the opportune moment to approach Eve. And so he's called the Green Man. And so Pike wrote the book, Morals and Dogma, concerning Freemasonry in green ink, because he was taught everything he wrote, according to him, by this spirit. And in the middle of the book, the point that he raises is, first of all, he says, let no man be confused, okay? The God whom we serve is Lucifer. So Freemasonry isn't altruistic. It serves a God, and the God is Lucifer. That's what Albert Pike says, okay? He's the guy that's at the core of this whole operation. Then he adds something further. He says that in order for them as a movement to exercise full control, to take control of the whole world, which is their goal, it will require 3 world wars. And he lays it out, the Third World War will be a religious war between the 3 Abrahamic religions, which is Judaism, Christianity, and Muslims, because Muslims claim their heritage back to Abraham through Ishmael. So with that in mind, and then also remember that Washington, D.C. is completely built around Freemason, Masonic imagery and angles and articulations and oaths and swearing and a cult that really runs those operations in this city, Washington, D.C., which is a separate foreign entity within the country. And it hails back to the systems in London and in Paris, in the Mideast, even if you go to Saddam Hussein, there in Baghdad, at the center of Baghdad, it was built around Masonic Freemason imagery. The whole city at the core was built around the same angles and names and obelisks, etc. So you have the obelisk, the Washington Monument, at the center, which is an ode to Osiris, the god Osiris, and that whole story. And you have the same thing even at the Vatican. Go ahead.
Yes. No, pause there. Like, this is perfect because my audience is all aware of this. I told you I was talking about your book, but also the celebration of 250. Guys, think about what Trump's doing and what he's talking about here. So, one, look at the powerhouse that we have to go up against and what we've been against and what the operation's been taking out. But 2, at the same time, Trump is rebuilding this foreign entity called DC. I mean, he's literally building an arch, and he's got I think he got the ballroom done today, and he's just turning this demonic place right in front of their faces into a beautiful, place of God. And it's just pain right now for these Illuminati, deep state cabal people, because they have to watch it and they know their system's falling.
Well, part of that, let me just add a little component here that I think is an important piece. Just as a diversion to the rest of the conversation. Ultimately, I believe that we won't be operating primarily out of DC. For some reason, it's certainly open to conjecture and question, etc. Trump began the big march back when he had the Army's 250th anniversary, had the huge military parade with all the classic imagery going all the way back to the beginning of the Army prior to the Constitution being ratified. And then he did something immediately afterwards. He put 2 flags on the White House front lawn to either side, and planted the flag in a very Mount Suribachi type symbology. He then did something really, really bizarre. After the military parade, after all the citizens showed up, he put security fencing around the White House right after he put the flags up. Why? Was he afraid that, the American people were going to come try to take over the White House? It was purely symbolic.
Are you talking about this
And
year?
in 2025, right after the parade, days later, he has the flags put up, and then almost immediately after the flags go up on either side of the White House front lawn, we're here, we've conquered, the American people are back landed. He put security fencing around the White House. But it wasn't only at the White House. And this goes for all you silver stackers and everybody else. Pay attention. He also put security fencing at only one other location in Washington, D.C. Didn't put it around the Supreme Court. Didn't put it around the Congressional building. Didn't put it around the Federal Reserve buildings or the FBI's old offices or something like that. He put it around Treasury.
Yes,
and he was symbolizing to everybody globally. And by the way, in that context, he goes over to England and talks to the folks over in England. Okay. He goes and kicks them all in the ass. He put defensive fencing around the Treasury while he's going to war with Powell. And at the same time, he closes down the Board of Governors offices for the Federal Reserve in Washington, D.C., right on the website, permanently closed. In other words, they're a private organization using government offices as though they're actually a government entity. He forces them to have to go find their own offices. You're not doing it on the people's dime any longer. Goes after Powell. You're not going to charge these kind of rates to the American people for, the right to print money. We're putting an end to it. Goes to war with them. So it was very symbolic. He's going to defend the Treasury, defend the constitutional dollar, which, by the way, is what? It is gold and silver minted coins. So he's protecting the constitutional dollar. By the way, if you held gold or silver the other day when the price crashed radically, did you still have the same amount of silver? And by the way, does it have the same purchasing power? Probably does. The only thing that changed in value was your Federal Reserve notes. And why do I know that's in fact true and everybody here should know it's true? Well, for example, look at the Asian markets. Did silver in the Asian markets drop anything approaching what they did in the CME? No. Because the reality is that was a very artificial thing, and it was done. What was amazing is right on schedule. The contracts that Morgan Stanley had miraculously were completed and cleared exactly at the bottom. Okay, it was a plan. It was an engineered plan. Okay, and so will it stay down that long? No. And in fact, the same players were also dealing in the crypto markets. And let's pause for a second there, because I'm sure you probably have talked about this. But as a baseline, everybody here should not have any misunderstanding or mystery. Facebook was developed as a DARPA operation, Defense Advanced Research Program, okay? The same crowd that created Facebook, it was a 5-year program. I had one of the guys that, I helped train, and when we left what we did to taking off my jacket here since I'm inside still.
Well,
I've got my,
go ahead. I wanted to add to also. People are asking, the Fed needs to go this and that. We know the Fed. The Fed was taken. It was taken out a long time ago. That's my firm opinion.
No. Let's come to that in a second. Let me give this baseline
Well,
first. Let's come back to
talk
the Fed
about
in a second.
Facebook for sure. Okay.
So because I'm trying to get some principles in people's mind, and even if you've heard it before, it bears repeating, so that the folks here can articulate some of this conversation maybe a little more coherently for the uninitiated.
Okay.
Facebook is this stunningly huge operation that really changed the face of the whole world and how we communicate as individuals. It affects the way we propagandize each other, or how the machine can propagandize us and bring us all into a hive mind mentality. Okay. In the sense that by having such a tool that can communicate so quickly, and where peer pressure can be used and manipulate the consciousness of huge swaths of people. If you saw it on Facebook and it was cool, and the person that said it was cool, blah, 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 then you want to be in the cool things. So you say something the same way, you wear the same clothes. All of a sudden, you're in a hive mind. You're all just buzzing away, doing the same thing other people are doing in order to get a group think, group approval, etc. So it becomes harder and harder to be truly independent in your thinking and actions, because you're being manipulated, controlled, maneuvered with groupthink in 1,000 little subtleties beyond the individual. I'm just expressing myself, and I'm just telling people what I think, and sharing, blah blah blah. So then, just like Facebook, by the way, it generated unbelievable amounts of money, and the way that it was successful day one was it got all sorts of government contracts. It wasn't invented by Zuckerberg.
No, it was
That's the
lifelong.
dumbest dumbass story on the whole planet, and it didn't become insanely successful at Harvard overnight because he's such a marketing genius, etc.
Amen.
But beyond that, then look at, for example, the Winklevoss twins. If Zuckerberg didn't invent it, how could he have contracted them to do all the heavy lifting on the code and things like that to make it work so well? And if he's a fraud, and it was actually a private little operation, remember, it cost $100 million a year for 5 years to develop the Facebook system or platform. Okay, that was $500 million when it was real money. And supposedly a few guys wrote it on their desktops and notebooks at Harvard. Are you kidding me? And and it by the way, the original code for it is owned even today by a Floridian who it was stolen from by this operation within DARPA. And I know the guys personally that wrote the original proposal for what became Facebook to be developed by DARPA back in '97.
I was going to say, this is a long
how can
time.
you say, and Congress approved it? Okay, it was a black budget operation at DARPA. It got 100 million years financing for 5 years to do it. The proposal was written and rewritten a couple different times till it was approved, and then when it was released, by the way, it was released with satanic precision, another cult operation. It was released on February 4th, 2004. Within those cult groups that are Spectre, that are screaming popes, that are trying to manipulate and control the way the world runs in the visible, they believe that when they imprint certain dates and times into things that they do, they get extra power. It honors the demons they serve. And so there's a ceremony in the occult called the Breaking the Eight ceremony. And in the Breaking the Eight ceremony, it's supposed to be the infinity sign, like a figure eight on its side. And it's this meeting point between reality and the spirit world, like a mirror, a mirrored surface. And on one side is reality, on the other side is a reflection of reality in the spirit world. And so if you break that infinity sign, it's a breaking the eight ceremony. It allows you to interact with the spirit world or the demon world, and the demons to interact in our world. So you see it in Hollywood, they'll do a wrecking ball breaking the mirrors. You see it over and over and over and over because it's part of their ritual, allowing the enslaved demons free access into the world. And they and the things that they do are that membrane that must be broken, that silvery thread that must be shattered between the spirit world and the real world. Well, breaking the eight is 4 and 4, 2 times 4, reality on one side and spirituality on the other side. And so that's the 8. So you break the 8 or the infinity sign into its 2 components, and the 2 can cross over. So
Facebook's not
February
good.
4th, 2004 is a double 8. February 4, 24. 2004, 24. In the way that they think and like to imprint things that they do with symbolic numbers, that's it. And then the trade of going from LifeLog, which was the DARPA operation, into Facebook was done at noon on that day. The corporate entity switched from one to the other at high noon. This pivot hinge moment to affect the whole world and the way we interact. All of that discussion there then goes, okay, who are the Winklevoss twins and what are they all about? Well, when they took their winnings from their lawsuit, which is memorialized in the movie where Zuckerberg's not even paying attention. He doesn't even care about the lawsuit. Why doesn't he care? Because he knows what the outcome is. It was all a ruse to bleed off a bunch of money because Facebook had become so wildly profitable. To do it, you have to account for the money somehow. Zuckerberg couldn't just give him a bunch of money. He had to have the illusion of reality. He pays off the Winklevoss twins an undisclosed amount of money, and then they go out and become huge investors in what? Bitcoin, which is also a DARPA operation.
Keep going. Yes, this is so important. I have a community of 800 people alone in my crypto community. Like, this is so important.
Well, this is critical for everybody to understand. Look, how are you going to win in a rigged system, a rigged market, if you at least don't know the basics of who's doing the rigging and what their ultimate goal is? Now, if you understand that, now maybe you can get ahead in a rigged market, anticipate next moves, and be on the winning side of the equation as opposed to yourself just getting frauded. Okay, so the whole crypto operation, Satoshi, everything, it's a racket. Okay, they wanted to control into the monetary systems the next iteration of how we determine what is money as a medium of exchange between people. And you have to kind of understand the context. The original franchise, the original agreements that allowed for the Federal Reserve System to exist were set to expire at this 110-year range or whatever. And so when they were getting ready to expire, the people behind the scenes had to have the next thing coming into play, which was going to be the digital, which was going to be the crypto. And you have to get those things. These players don't do anything on a dime. They can't take the risk of failure. So they test everything they do and retest to make sure that they've got every angle covered before they'll fully commit, and to make sure that there's no surprises. They do not want a surprise. So they'll test it 50,000 ways, get political acceptance, local acceptance. Everybody has to be in on it. Yep. And the original plan, just so people have an understanding, the original plan was that Hillary was going to win the 2016 election, come into office in 2017, would be presiding over the complete collapse of the dollar. And there's no single point failure. There wasn't just one way the dollar was going to have to collapse. It's like 9/11. You couldn't take the chance that any of the multiple systems that were put into place would fail to bring the buildings down. The buildings were part of a ritual. The buildings, the World Trade Center buildings, had ritual significance, even in the city of New York. If you look all around the buildings, you had all 42 gods within the Greek Parthenon there present in the symbology of the buildings surrounding the World Trade Center. So, for example, you had the Bull of Wall Street. The bull, Taurus the bull, the symbology is that this bull fell from heaven and suddenly appears on the earth and then is rampaging and destroying everything. And it's the tale of Gilgamesh. And then Gilgamesh, this god king man, takes on the bull, but he's unable to defeat it by himself. And then another neighboring king, less powerful, who was a enemy of Gilgamesh, if you will, they team up together to take on this bull, and Gilgamesh is then able to get the victory and conquer the bull before it destroys the world.
So she really did go after Gilgamesh's tomb. Wow.
Well, you have to understand what Hillary's role was. They were going to destroy the dollar.
Yep.
But they had backup plans for the backup plan. Just like if the thermite failed to bring the buildings down, you had other physics involved at the same time to bring the building down. And you had this storm, one of the biggest storms in history. Most people don't realize it was only 100 miles off the coast of New York. When you saw that crystal clear blue sky, there was a huge Atlantic storm just 100 miles away. You have to have energy transfer capabilities for certain of these types of weapons. Okay, you mentioned directed energy. Directed energy is a catch-all for a lot of people. It is directed, but there's different mechanisms for energy transfer and for gating certain types of energy to bleed into the physics. And you have to be, if you want to get taught this area of physics, you have to be invited. You can't just go knock on the door at MIT, hey, I want to be taught the other physics. You have to be invited. It's a secret handshake club thing. And to get to be taught the rest of the physics. I had a pretty good acquaintance years and years ago that ended up getting into a meeting with Edward Teller. He was he'd been in a certain situation, and Teller wanted to meet him. And Teller's asking him all these questions, and he's, explaining, well, I think this, and I think that. And Teller's, no, you've got it all wrong. It's this, and it's this other thing. But go on, listen, no, okay, you have it, but I'm trying to find out if you understand where this is actually going to, because what you're saying, yourself, it doesn't make sense. And he was coming, my friend was coming at it from a Feynman position of quantum mechanics, and Teller was telling him, no, you're the kid's a genius, but you've got to put the quantum out of your mind. It's this and this and this. He ended up working at a program that Teller got him authorization to be on, and he had to go get taught the other physics. But he first had to unlearn what he had learned. I'm just telling you that those buildings, when they came down, it wasn't just one mechanism to bring the buildings down. There was several in place, like taking out Kennedy himself. You didn't have one team.
Well,
you had multiple teams because you could not win that moment.
Yep. I don't pause. I don't want to interrupt you. So I just want to help everyone that's coming on the chat right now, because they're all coming in with perspective. So pretty much what you're saying is, and I completely say the same thing all the time, is if the dollar was going to collapse either way, they had a plan. This plan in 2001 move forward. It sounds like even in the Epstein files, they created a currency in which we know the New World Order was going to try to make a one world currency, and they created Bitcoin back in the early 2000s. As a crypto coin. And it sounds like either way, that was the plan.
Well, let me just reinforce one thing for you.
Okay.
The team, some of the players were involved in taking down the ruble from the other group. There was a couple of groups. I was over on the Asian side. Some of those players became the people that then worked within the DARPA system to develop a new currency mechanism. Okay, that became what you're describing here, knowing as Bitcoin. That was the beginning point of the rest of the cryptos in these operations. And they, just because you're looking at the reality is just like Facebook. Parallel to Facebook, there were a number of similar programs in various areas, one of them being the medium of exchange, the currency of exchange for global operations, being a crucial component in this move to bring about a new world order. That had been in play for a very long time, because remember, in part, the reason that we had the Iraq war in the first place was because Saddam was threatening that he was going to go to a basket of currencies to denominate oil sales out of Iraq, and that the dollar would just be one of a basket of currencies that they would sell their oil to get in order to, get paid for their oil. And it was a threat to the global order, if you will, economic system. And so the reason we specifically had to stop him was because we couldn't let him go to a basket of currencies. That would have undermined the dollar prematurely. But the plan was always to go to a world currency and a world taxing system to get money from the movement of money, a tax, if you will, that would then fund this new world economic order. Essentially this Masonic dream, this royal family, royalist dream, etc. And the core of that, by the way, out of the City of London, out of the banks at the City of London, which is the financial center of the planet, 100 banks, they call it the square mile. It's the old Roman city, and this is really actually not a minor point. The old Roman city within the city of London proper has a rock wall. It's still there today. You see whole sections of it all around this inner city. And that was the Roman city. All of the banks are centered in that Roman city. That's why you have like a Club of Rome. And they handle a lot of the financial transactions in a very ancient sense, and the royal families from that. It's hidden in plain sight. And to give you an idea of scale and importance of that city within the city of London, when the Queen was alive, Queen Elizabeth, and royals before her, and I'm sure Charles since, but I haven't seen it. They don't want to be so demonstrative while we're all paying attention. But the Queen, during her entire reign, once a year was required to come to the gate of the city of London, where all the 100 biggest banks in the world are located. Come to the gate, present herself to the Lord Mayor of London. Here she is, this monarch over the Commonwealth world, okay, not just England, but the whole Commonwealth, Dominion countries. She gets to the gate. She must remove her shoes. So she's stepping onto holy ground. She removes her shoes from her privileged, pampered tootsies, immaculately trimmed toenails and massaged toesies. And then she has to walk barefoot inside the gate, present herself to the mayor of the city of London, curtsy and bow, kiss the ring. Who's the real power in this world?
Obviously, the mayor.
Then she doesn't even turn her back on him. She must back up facing him. Okay? Before she can put her shoes back on, is helped back to her carriage and goes back home, right? She's showing deference to the true power. And that was the Rothschild city. But beyond even the Rothschilds, and people get hung up on this all the time, and they're Jewish and they're this, that. Yeah. The reality is they're the visible side of a much more powerful organization. Okay? They're just one component of something that's far bigger, far more powerful even than any visible component. The ones you don't know about, that you don't see, are far more powerful. The gray man and that whole thing. Say again?
Who are they called then? I mean, we know about 13 families. We know about all these people that central bankers. How they name.
Again, even within the various families, this is why I mentioned, like, for example, Spectre. You're seeing arms and tentacles of the octopus. At the end of the day, who do they all commonly worship? You talk about the Masons right there in the middle of Albert Pike's book. The God whom we serve is Lucifer. The Green Man goes by 1,000 different names. Who are these electioneering people serving? A bunch of them have tattoos from a wing of a satanic cult group, which use that imagery, the screaming Pope, as their particular brand, like Ford versus Chevrolet versus Pontiac versus Hyundai. They're their own wing of the manufacturing businesses, right? So they're all engaged in this common task of moving the world to a new world order. Now, let me come back for a second, because I want to, for your specific audience, I want them to kind of think about a couple of things so they have a context. Because at the end of the day, they want to. The reason they're here, they want to do lucrative trades, make a buck, be able to survive what's coming, have a little piece of the action, so they have wherewithal to take care of their family, their friends, the world, anticipating what these people are trying to do in the world, and be ahead of it, make a buck on the way. I actually think it's a noble cause.
Are you talking about the audience?
Your audience, yeah.
Well,
So
yeah,
now
no,
let's
this is
pause.
amazing.
Okay.
It's amazing
So now
because
let me help them with something else.
yep,
What was the plan that was in play before Trump got here? And is the plan broken? Are there pieces of it that are still viable? Are they still trying to get back on a path and continue with their plan? Or has Trump so bashed it in full of holes that they'll never pull it off? And even if he did mess it up, what would be their plan? Are they going to come up with a whole new plan, or are they going to try and patch it back together again and continue on? Do they have a backup for their backup? If a guy like Trump shows up, if space aliens land, if the sun has a sunspot, what's the bad guy's plan? And do they still think they can win using that plan or some form of it? Did they have a backup for the backup if anything went wrong? I'm telling you they did. So I'm
yep,
trying to help your people understand what was
yep,
the original plan? Where have we screwed them up? What are they still planning on doing to try and resurrect their plan, breathe life into it, and continue to the end? If you know those things, you can get ahead of this somewhat and help either to break it completely so it doesn't come back and bite us in the ass,
yep.
or at least be in a position to get some advantage on it, knowing where they're going to pivot to. So that's why I'm trying to give you these details so that they
No,
can kind of understand what the plan was, where it's messed up,
yes,
what's not messed up yet, and how both sides have to fight this through. It's like we had multiple chessboards.
okay,
Yeah, I call it 5D chess.
yep,
If you had 5 boards, only 3 of them are visible to the public. 2 of them, the one on the top and the one on the bottom, have a curtain around them.
okay,
And each of those curtains have 3 sides on them. And the problem is that I can see my curtain. The other guy can only a little bit, maybe with a shear or something, barely see his players in there, but it's obscured to the other side. He can see the 3 boards in the middle too. And then the other one, I can't quite see through the shear. It's a little bit opaque, but my opponent can see clearly. That's my hidden players. He has his hidden players. And so in this 5D chess game, everybody sees you moving the pieces on the 3 center boards. But I can pop a player in from outer space that he drops in. You're like, where the hell did that guy come from? But they've got the same thing. They've got, they get to have a play too. They get to make a move too. Can they pull
mm-hmm.
something out of their ass that I never saw coming? But at some point, the game through attrition loses players continuously. This is a game of attrition. Chess is a game of attrition. It has a limited number of moves. It cannot go on endlessly like other games. There's going to be a winner and a loser, and both sides are losing players. And it gets down to ultimately one section of one board and a few players, even if you've got them on adjacent boards and you've played all your hidden pieces, they've come into the open, they're in play, and you run out of them. And you might put somebody a la Epstein back into the veiled part of the board, a la McAfee into the veiled part of the board. Are they still alive or are they gone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But eventually the game's going to wind up at a certain point.
Yep.
That's this global game that we're in. We're moving towards end game kind of a scenario in all of these things.
Yep.
There's fewer and fewer moves left to both sides. Let me go back. Hillary
Had Hillary won, what would have been their game plan? And they thought they were going to win. They thought she couldn't lose within a globalist perspective. They were going to be
16
able
years.
to control Hillary and take control of the whole world by wiping out America's key control points and dialing in a globalista to manage America and bring America, by the way, what was Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar. What is a Rhodes Scholar? Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes, who, set up the International Diamond Cartel, okay?
Okay.
An alternate currency, by the way, that is traded right in plain sight by certain families that nobody sees. They do a deal, and you put diamonds in here, and this one part, you put money in this one part, you take it out as diamonds, convert it to money in another part of the world, and it doesn't go through any other exchanges. Okay, they control the amount of diamonds that come on the market, etc. Cecil Rhodes had this belief that America was a rogue child of the British Empire, and that we were in conflict and mucking up the global aspirations of the British Empire, if you will, this globalist empire. Therefore, he funded the scholarships and the programs within the British educational system to bring in Americans and people from around the world, but primarily Americans, to help them to understand the British way and to create friends in business and education and politics and everything else that could help marshal in America coming back under British authority ultimately. How that would look and how we would, through 1,000 little tiny contracts, come back under this globalista rule. And that's what the Rhodes Scholarship is all about. So who is one of the most famous Rhodes Scholars in American history? Bill Clinton. Part of the whole thing, why he was, the perfect person to be the president of the United States, because he's a Rhodes Scholar. Well, what's that mean? That's a criteria for being an American president, that you understand that the goal here is to bring us back under British rule? Are you kidding me? Seriously. Oh, and by the way, for anybody that thinks, well, that's a stretch, that's a reach, I'm off my rocker.
No, it's
Where
right.
did the dossier come from? The dossier that said that Trump,
Steele dossier?
the Steele dossier, had prostitutes in the bedroom there and peeing on the bed and all sorts of other, foolish, idiotic, moronic stuff. And Putin has Trump as a asset, okay, and he's controlling Trump and all this other bullshit. Well, who paid for that? And where did it come from? It was in the city of London. Stroke and Page went to the city of London to get the dossier. McCain's person went to the city of London, brought it back, and with the dossier, tried to fold it into the system. Right? Came out of the city of London. Why are the fucking Brits trying to muck things up with Trump? Because he's screwing up the whole plan.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Preach.
Where was it that? Oh, by the way, so Stephen Halper, going back to Iran-Contra, the whole Bush crowd. Okay, what was Stephen Halper's position in the Reagan administration? Stephen Halper was helping behind the scenes in the Reagan administration. Bush got him into the job. And halfway through the Reagan administration, he suddenly leaves and goes to work as a personal private banking person, helping get banking deals done. He was an unindicted conspirator on Iran Contra. He was the banker. He was the money. The money that was getting shifted around to move into South America to help fund the little war there in Nicaragua with the transaction of Israeli arms getting sold to Iran, spare parts for F-14s that they got, and for missiles. And then the money going to fund the war down there in Nicaragua, CIA, etc. Ollie North works the deal. Okay, so what happened there? Stephen Halper was the guy that was helping get the money moved. And then when Iran Contra got exposed, where did Stephen Halper go? He goes to Cambridge University with dual citizenship awarded to him, and becomes a professor at Cambridge University on energy policy. And he gets a contract out of the Pentagon, as well as what has not been disclosed to date, but will be at one point or another. He was also on DARPA's payroll. And people that have analyzed the data that Stephen Halper provided to the Pentagon, provided to the Department of Defense, was complete gobbledygook bullshit. And he's getting paid $500,000 a year. What was the deal? He was on the payroll of CIA. Working over in England at Cambridge, has dual passport citizenship between England and the U.S., a la Rhodes. And on top of that, where was the conference? Who set it up at Cambridge, bringing in spy masters from around the world, including from Russia, to this conference, which Flynn attended, where it was alleged that he bedded a Russian agent, has a 45-minute tryst with her. Totally disproven, by the way. Totally disproven. But they tried to set him up to take him out. What was the deal? It's the money. Halper was part of the money side of things. He's going to turn up in the lead up to the crypto stuff, by the way, in those things there with the setup to the cryptos and the dialing in on the Brit side. So with that in mind, what was the plan if Hillary became president? They were going to have a collapse of the dollar. One of the things that was going to happen miraculously for all you people that are holding on to Iranian dinar, Zimbabwe bullshit, and everything else, they were going to have a supposed collapse with not just hundreds, not just thousands, but about 100,000 pallets of dollar bills, $100 bills, 100 million to a pallet, spread across the world. And they were going to sift those pallets of cash into the black money markets, okay? The stuff that doesn't go through a bank teller machine. They were suddenly going to flood the world with dollar bills. And in the collapse of the dollar on the black market, just like we collapsed the ruble with their own currency, brought it down 40% in value in 3 months. Could have taken it down to 10%, but Gorbachev cried uncle. They were going to destroy the dollar, and then what was going to be the solution? See, if you have money that doesn't go through the bank system, a bank machine, a teller, you can't throttle it, you can't slow it down, you can't stop it. One of the things that happened in China is the currency was having problems here a year ago. They shut off the bank machines. People couldn't get their money out of their accounts. They couldn't have a run on the banks. Gorbachev couldn't stop the fall of the ruble because the money that we put into circulation was at the street level through the mobs, through the criminal organizations, the political organizations, uh, to because their money, their market was a black market primarily. And what they were going to do with the dollars, have crises. Uh, the plan was to, because of international banking law, a la think of the Fed, think of the families. It's their game, okay? It's NFL football. Well, you got to play by their rules. Well, what
Yep.
I like international soccer leagues rules. Well, this isn't a soccer game. Yeah, there's a ball involved, and we bounce it off our feet, but it's not. It's not football in the Western sense, okay? Well, but you
Yep.
have to play the game by our rules. They were going to claim that because of the way the Iraq War was done, a la Bush 1, and the promises that were made into the banking machines in order to do this, the system, the international bankers, the club,
Yep.
that we had to abide by those rules by Hoyle, if you will. And the rules are you have to repay all of the Iraqi dinar with dollars at this value. And, they do their crooked little game. We end up putting it out there. The amounts are crazy. Let me help everybody out. What happens in a supply and demand market? Well, all these veterans and guys that have got the dinars, they're going to open I'm going to take care of vets. I want to take care of injured warriors. And so we're buying a 50,000 acre ranch, and we're going to get 3 747s. One is not enough. We'll have 3 747s to fly vets in and out. We'll all go fishing. We'll make sure the rivers have plenty of fish in them. There'll be 50,000 acre ranches, and we'll have this. Okay. So as you're getting all this money for what you're doing and pumping it out, 747 used, $50 million, brand new with all spare parts and everything else, about 100 million. Okay, who's going to service that thing? Well, the mechanics. Yeah, the guy. Well, if the dollar's broken, you gonna be able to pay him, or are they going to take dollars? How many dollars is it going to take? By the way, the 747 isn't a fixed price. They'll go up in price from 50 to 100 million to 50 to 100 billion, because you're just paying for it with paper. What's the value of that paper? If you pump the world full of dollars, an insane amount of dollars, to buy back all the Iraqi dinar, what did you just do? You just deflated the purchasing power of the existing dollars. Supply and demand. You flooded the market with dollars. They don't buy the same amount. They buy less and less because they're everywhere. And in that moment, while everybody's distracted and everybody knows there's this bank thing and the bank's all closed, and you got to know, for all you guys holding dinars like that, first of all, you had to have a special plan, okay? It had to be a special plan because according to the rules, if you're going to get paid the big bucks, you have to have a way to help the whole world with some special project, helping vets, helping lost puppies, helping, the children somehow. And so you have to have a well-written plan. And it's got to cover housing, and it's got to cover medication, and it's got to have doctors and nurses. It's got to be able to be implemented quickly. You got to have a location that you've picked out. So there's going to be a bank holiday day where you're going to be able to get your name registered, and then you're going to get on the special call list, and only you and a few other people, if you've met all the rules of the plan, are going to miraculously show up at the bank, make your presentation. They're going to put funds in your account to go save the world. Okay. You know what would happen when that happens? Only the Zuckerbergs are going to get the call. You'll get the call, but you show up a day late and $1 short. Oh, you didn't get here. You're 15 minutes. I'm sorry. It's already gone out. You'd be the secret handshake crowd that gets there first. Friends of Bill and Hillary that get there first. Don't you understand? It's a racket. You're part of the cover for the racket, and then it looks real. I coulda, I woulda, I should have been the guy. I did everything right. It was crooked. What court you going to? What court you going to get justice? Because you had your plan. It had been approved. It had been accepted. And they didn't call you. They called so-and-so's relative and brother or whatever. It's a racket. It was a scheme. And it was all engineered behind the scenes. The same people that threw Facebook on you. The same people that started the whole crypto thing. They need you for cover. And there might be a couple of people that validly had no clue how they got to be the winner recipient, just to make it look good. A couple of you might got a chance to get through. No, I mean, so-and-so did. I just didn't. They were crooked in my neighborhood, whatever. Okay, you wouldn't get there. That system, that plan was in place as a magic act for the whole world while they took over America under Hillary. They were going to have a nuclear detonation up in Seattle during a Seahawks game and act like it was North Korea, not Iran. And that it came from a missile instead of coming in a rail car right next to the stadium, parked next to the stadium. From Washington, D.C. to Denver. Why Denver, by the way? You have to understand what was going on. Denver, with the mountains around the city, the mile-high city, if you look at it, it's like a bowl in that area there. It's sunk in between all the mountains. It is a bowl, but in their satanic imagery, they consider it a cauldron. And you cook up a witch's brew in the cauldron. In the symbology, going back to biblical times, where did the Baal worshipers who sacrificed children to their god, Satan, Baal, Lucifer, the devil, goes by 1,000 names, the green man, whatever you want to call him this week, flavor of the hour. They did it on the mountaintops, the hilltops around Jerusalem. That's where Isaiah went to do his standoff with the priests of Baal. And this challenge over a sacrifice, one given to God and one offered up to Baal, and which is the true God, okay? So they want the high places. If you go to a city where the tall buildings are, whatever the tallest buildings in the city are, those are the buildings where the principalities, the powers of darkness like to roost, literally. And they'll have monuments on the high places to the God who rules over that region or locale. That's why a lot of these groups or individuals, the architects are the key, want to be the one that has built the tallest building and then done certain hidden symbology to Satan, Lucifer, the devil for the high places. They were cast down out of the heavens. They seek to get back to the heavens. That's kind of this broad principle that's involved here. So they wanted the highest city at the center of the country to rule and reign from. And so they were going to have a ricin attack on DC. Now the problem with ricin, you just come in contact with 1 grain of ricin.
Ricin? What's that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an extremely potent poison. So you had people that were making these poisons and mailing them out in the mail and getting everybody mentally tuned up and prepared that it could be out there, and it could be on the paper money, by the way. It was going to be spread in the city of Washington, D.C. And then because during a Christmas break, they like the Christmas break. Why? Because it's dedicated to It's this Roman festival, the king of misrule. Okay, they're Saturnists. This group that runs the city of Rome, this group that runs the Roman city, the banking city at the center of London, ultimately are Saturnists. By the way, the Nazis were Saturnists, Saturn worship. Saturn ties to Osiris, which is the obelisk, the Washington Monument, if you will, the obelisk at Rome. The tail of Osiris, I've mentioned lots of times, the penis of Osiris.
Yeah, it's in your book. Yep.
Right. And that's Saturn worship, Saturnalia. And that was the most important holiday in the Roman system because it's the winter solstice when the sun goes to the lowest point on the horizon, the longest night of the year, December 21st into 22nd, shortest day of the year. To a Satanist, that makes sense, right? They worship the night. And the Saturnalia festival. By the way, the most important
How'd you like that? That was my ventriloquy dummy over there. Forgot to turn on the the audio. Anyways, hello. It's good to see all of you here tonight. Got a bunch of folks in here into the chat ready to raise a little hell. So am I, actually. Welcome to tonight's show, The Tipping Point here, the Revolution Radio launch. We started about now that I think about it, wow, this is 6 years ago I started raising hell right here. Same microphone, same Fisher-Price camera, same wires, same computer. And this has stood the test of time. I told all of you it takes enough money to stick into a bubblegum machine and get enough to chew all day long to be able to start your own podcast. That's all it costs. And here we are raising hell. Kind of like Jelly Roll did at the Grammys, Nicki Minaj. What's going on here, folks? This is the show. You see what's going on in the world today? Look, it doesn't all look so good on the surface all the time, and things that kind of go sideways. You're like, what the hell's happening? How about silver? Holy Mary, Mother of God. Silver is cranking up 119, 20, 21, 22, 23. And all of a sudden, one day, boom, bottom falls out, nosedives. Nosedives to like $75 an ounce. I mean, talk about an epic collapse. Most people, if you're in the market, if you're an investor in silver, most people are like, oh my God, what's happening? But I think if you start to see exactly how these criminal scumbags play the game, JP Morgan and company, all of these banks did a massive manipulation on paper contracts, because that's the problem. You got like 300, I don't know, 300 million, or is it million ounces of silver in paper contracts. And they don't, and there's a margin call. These people do not have the silver to hand to the people to say, I want to sell my silver now, give me my money. So anyways, they knew this was coming. They've known it for a long time. What do? They set the stage for a massive haircut. Now, are some people freaked out about it? I was, not that much. I mean, when I woke up, I'm like, what happened? But knowing full well, Kirk Elliott, he's had his handle on this stuff forever. Yes, we're going to see a comeback. He says, absolutely, this was paper manipulation for these people to temporarily save their asses. The good news is silver was timed perfectly at the floor by JP Morgan. The moment it hit 75, they had it all ready to go. Boom. Sold off massive amount of naked shorts, trying to save their asses to keep them solvent, which we all know that none of them are solvent because it's a crime syndicate. I'm not talking about the people that work in banks. My mother worked in a bank for 15 years. I'm talking about the central banks, not your local bank. My banker's a good guy. My bank's been good to me for quite some time. It is those people that are pulling the levers behind the wizard's curtain. Those bastards did this. But here's the thing. We now have identified silver. The floor on silver is now 75. It was a 30. It was less than 30 for like 4 years, maybe 5, since we started buying silver. Everybody else was, hey, when's it going to come up? Well, not only comes up, it hits 50, goes beyond that, 60, 70, 80, and it's blowing up. We're going crazy. It's over 100. It's 110, headed for 120. Kirk said it was going to be 120 to 140 in the first quarter of this year. He was dead right. It went back down, but it hit 120. Just like he said, silver is going to hit 72 by the end of last year. Well, heck, it was way up. I don't even know. It might have been in the 90s or something. Dropped 14 points, 14 percentage points. And we went back down to 72 on December 31st. Kirk Rowley was right again. But he also says it's going to come back. And so we're going to see that happen. I would expect and hope it comes roaring back. But either way, as I was looking at the trend for the year, 1 year ago today, silver was $31. Today, right now, it is at 84.22. So if you look at this, folks, it is up over $50 in 1 year. That's, well, what's the percentage? You can't see it right here, right now. 1 year to date, or 1 year. It's not showing me the percentage like it should. Anyways, it's up well over 100%. And then now look at what's going on here with the Grammys and everything else going on. All the bullshit you would expect at the Grammys, these lobotomized fools, which, I mean, folks, isn't it great that the elite celebrity class, Hollywood music industry, that Americans just don't give a shit anymore? Like their BS, their MK Ultra positioning and programming and messaging to all of us, nobody gives a shit anymore. So much so, there's a lot of people waking up. There's people fighting back in these industries coming out into the open to tell you that this is a satanic empire. And basically, they are leveraged every way, shape, and form to get them to support the global cabal power structures narrative to keep you buried. Well, guess what? That isn't working anymore either. Let me show you a quick video here. This is Nicki Minaj, of all people, Nicki Minaj coming out in full support of President Trump and getting on stage with him. Check this out. I mean, folks, what do you think of that? I mean, look at this. This is right out into the open, coming out and talking about pissing in the face of your controllers. Check this out. This is an X post that she dropped. I'm going to read this to you when it pops up here. This takes balls. She says, are y'all understanding that these people have been sacrificing children as a way of gaining and maintaining power? If you ever vote Democrat again, you're just as soulless as they are and will perish. Maybe it's time for me to do some story times, threatening them now, since I was trying to not say what I know, yet they continue to attempt bullying. Also, I won't be releasing an album until my contract is renegotiated, until I tell you about all the sabotage this Rico is finding out about Billboard. Folks, this is a major player here. Major player coming out during the Grammys, in spite of all the other bullshit going on with other lobotomized, controlled fools who don't have the courage, and they don't have the integrity, and they don't have the spiritual stature you do, because we all say no to that shit. That's why we weren't all facilitated, to the upper levels of their empire in every way that they do. So this thing isn't cracking, it's now breaking. And now you see Jelly Roll. I mean, of even a greater sin than this right here, than her coming out and exposing these satanic killers in the entertainment industry. Even worse than that, way worse. You talk about being considered the heretic of all heretics. Let's watch Jelly Roll. Holy shit. Talk about throwing down, dropping a daisy cutter right on the Grammys. Where's my cross? I haven't been wearing my cross that was given to me by Judd Saul, who is raising money for equipping the persecuted in Nigeria. The unbelievable amount of Nigerian Christians being slaughtered by these radical Muslims. Anyways, so forgot to wear that tonight, but Jelly Roll, my hat is off to you by spitting in the face of Satan himself sitting there in that crowd. That doesn't mean everybody is, folks, but let me tell you, if you get to the upper echelons, it is absolutely because of who they are. Speaking of a 6x8, Don Lemon, what's this guy bitching about? I mean, other than not seeing his husband when he goes to prison, because he's going. They're using the same law that the Biden administration used on 80-year-old grandmothers who were singing or praying outside of abortion clinics, went to jail. 40, I just heard this the other day, 40 years they've given these people for doing something outside, not inside, outside, even off the property. This is the Gestapo tactics these bastards have used. But guess what? As I said before, every pendulum comes back. And we also watching those Q posts, reading them for 3.5 years. I remember that one. capital letters, boomerang. So that is what is happening. Trump continues to rack up massive wins. I was scrolling down through. I like to always look at oh, by the way, Bad Money, Super Bowl, all that kind of stuff, folks. Although I've got issues now with TPUSA, especially when the audio just came out of Charlie Kirk's wife, just literally days after, giddy and excited about how much money that they are selling in merchandise. It's like 200,000 and climbing. Can you believe that? Talking about all the donations coming in, acting giddy. Nobody whose husband was assassinated like this and this kind of trauma is going to be talking about with enthusiasm what's happening with TPUSA. Anyways, so okay, back to Bad Bunny. The Super Bowl halftime show, Bad Bunny, a lot of controversy. Again, it's their satanic projection into your soul and your mind and out of your kids is being countered by TPUSA with Kid Rock, and I forget who else, a number of people, including Kid Rock. They're doing their own halftime concert. I highly recommend all of you, to walk away from the Super Bowl halftime show. Watch it on YouTube later so you can catch up to what's actually happening or what they're actually projecting. But we want to show the Super Bowl that we can say we are going over to watch TPUSA's halftime show. We are not going to participate in your satanic bullshit. So Don Lemon, I guess, whatever they call me. I don't know if I got that right. I got a text from my producer. She's got to correct me on my elementary school grammar. But yeah, Don, I don't know why they call him Lamont. His name's Lemon. That's how I always pronounce it. After they become famous, they put a little spin on it. But I don't know what Donnie's all bumped up on, other than not seeing his husband. Why is he all bummed out? Why is he pissed, raising hell? Because he's going to get a 6x8 cell too, I'm sure. In fact, I don't know why these people bitch when they go to jail. I mean, look, I'm not going to hit him on his persuasion, but man, you're talking about food free. What's the guy bitching about? I don't get it. Anyways, everything they're doing is backfiring. It's backfiring all across the board. There's some stuff I was looking at here before we came on, and I was just scrolling down through some of these accomplishments of Trump. It's absolutely, if you look at it, people are now focusing on it. If you actually look at it and see what's really going on here, see some of the stats that I just saw here a minute ago. President Trump. Let's see. Trevor Noah is now on notice. Falsely claimed Trump went to Epstein Island. We're going to get to the Epstein stuff. We've got Mike Jaco, Josh Reed, and Carrie Cassidy coming on here in about 10 minutes or less, actually. So this is going to be quite a round table. Let's see. Thousands storm. Let me see. Oh, there's thousands are demanding tax-exempt status be revoked after United Methodist Church location in Iowa hosted training on how to obstruct federal immigration. Hundreds gathered for legal observer training aimed at interfering with U.S. immigration, customs enforcement. Let's be clear, churches aren't above the law. Training to block people, to block federal agents is not charity, it's activism, it's obstruction. If you want to run a political operation against the law, you don't get taxpayer protection, revoke it. President Trump, revoke their tax-exempt status, make it permanent. This is how we shut this crap down. Getting to Trump's victories here. Now, this is D.C., all right? It's crimes collapsing there. We have homicide down 80%. This is just in months, folks. Robbery down 58%. Burglary down 28%. Motor vehicle theft down 57%. Overall crime down 26%. This is not an accident. This is enforcement. This is leadership. They told us it couldn't be done. Trump proved it can. And it says, yeah, I voted for this. There's other places too. Yeah, Donnie, I see more. You're going to prison. Movement for Alberta, Canada to secede to the United States. That's awesome. Let's see. Oh, here's another one. This blew me away. Trump confirms the United States officially made more steel than Japan did in 2025. America's now third globally. Folks, I mean, do you know what it takes to get, first of all, to open it, start a company, start it up, whatever, or expand? You need infrastructure. You need massive investment to get this stuff moving to the capacity it once was. I'm guessing they were putting this stuff in place. There's no way this stuff happens fast. Just like when they put up all the glass, plexiglass shields at every place on Earth, launch a bioweapon. You got to stay 6 feet. We got to put up these plastic shields at all the checkout counters. Let me ask you a question. Do you have any idea how long it would take to manufacture millions of these things? You don't just snap your fingers and it happens. You have to gear up for this stuff, which they did a long time before, because you don't all of a sudden think it up and decide we better get moving here, get these glass shields moving to save people's lives. It takes forever. I mean, we're talking years. It can take at least inside a year to get something up like that and running and deploying to where now it's not just manufacturing, folks. It is shipping, it's logistics, it's money, it's warehousing, you name it. Millions upon millions and millions of these. You're not talking millions of businesses getting them. You're talking about multiple stations in millions of businesses getting these things all rolled out overnight, just like what we're seeing in steel. So the cool thing is, Trump says, just think, it's been announced that the United States made more steel last year than a great country, Japan, major steel maker. So just more of what we voted for. What else did I see in here? See, Kennedy Center. Yep, we know that's. Oh, there was a great. I don't know what I did with this, but somebody sent this to me. A picture of Epstein and Bill Gates and a few others with Mom Dummy when he was a little boy. Folks, they are all connected. They're all involved in all of this shit. And the thing of it is it's now breaking out into the open. I said this 5 years ago. These guys have lost. These guys have lost. In my opinion, the two things that keep these Khazarian mobsters alive and doing what they do, the two most powerful weapons. Number one is money, yours, as they've been stealing it forever. And number two, their veil of secrecy. That alone, that one single thing alone has destroyed the most important aspect of their operation on planet Earth forever: secrecy. Why do you think they build a nation like this with a tax code like they do, with everything that they throw at the American taxpayer, the American worker? Mom can't stay home and raise kids anymore like we were. We had mere little. They have to work too. They need two jobs. You look at the media, global, lie machine. We know that now. Programming, tax the life out of you, give the money to everybody else, make you buy a license for everything under the sun that's natural on Earth. Pretty soon, you're going to have to pay a tax to drop a deuce in your own house if you got to run to the toilet, because they'll find a way to tax to put a meter on your toilet. I swear to God, probably charged by the pound for overweight knuckleheads. Well, I'm not going to get down the Jerry Nadler narrative. But that being said, everything is changing. We got Josh Reed popping in here a little bit, couple minutes early, which is perfect because we're going to go ahead and bring him into this conversation. But the reality is this. The Epstein files are out. Trump baited the Democrats into bitching and clamoring for it. And guess what? It's out, and there's a lot of pain to come. And I believe there's more. And I know there's a guy here tonight that he knows things that none of us know, I'm pretty sure, because he lives his life in an encyclopedia at his desk. Josh Reed, good to see you in the house, brother. How are you today, bro?
Doing well, man. Doing well. Happy to be here with you.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Mike will be in here shortly. Carrie Cassidy. This will be an interesting roundtable, I think, Josh, because Carrie has, she's got her reach in her realm of information truly goes outside of our own stratosphere. The secret space program stuff, the whistleblower she has been interviewing for 2 decades. Mm-hmm. She happens to see things in this plan, in this evolution of the recapturing of the world for the angelic realm. She sees things a lot differently. I always find it interesting because I love to hear what she has to say and how she sees this whole plan playing out. Who's right, who's wrong? I never know. I just try to put the pieces together in the puzzle, see what the puzzle looks like, give you the general narrative. So she'll be here. Of course, our buddy Mike Jake will be coming in here in a second. But let me throw this at you. What do you see happening with these people, major players like Jelly Roll, Nicki Minaj, coming out in support of Trump, support of Christ, out in front of the world at this time when the vitriol on the left is so high? What do you think's happening here?
Well, we're in a cultural transformational time, right? So if everybody's familiar with what's known as the fourth turning or the book Generations by Strauss and Howe, it talks about the 90 to 100 year cycle that humanity goes through within civilization. And we are in the fourth turning of one of those, which means that chaos is going to have an eventuality of collapse. And that collapse can bring about something great that formulates out of it, or it can bring about something absolutely horrible. The globalist, the deep state, the cabal, they wanted their own one world government. That was the whole plan for this. And they had set everything up with synthetic social engineering, psychological warfare, influence operations to brainwash half the population into believing these truly evil and satanic kind of cultural points. But I call them, again, synthetic. And what we're seeing right now is a transformation of culture, is that people are waking up one at a time. And the biggest red pill that I think is happening right now for a lot of people, and we haven't really even seen the results of it, is the Epstein files. Now, I laid this out back in March of last year when we were talking about this, and everybody's like, Donald Trump said he was going to release the Epstein files. He never did. How dare him? He betrayed us, all this stuff. I said, no. I said, wait, give it a few weeks, and the Democrats are going to start coming out and demanding the release of the Epstein files. And then Democrat supporters and liberals will start coming out demanding the release. And this means that at that point in time, you have Democrats that were investigating 3 different conspiracy theories. I crap you now. 3 different conspiracy theories. They were saying that Trump stole the 2024 election, so they were investigating election fraud. They were saying that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files, so they were investigating the Epstein files. Right? So you just take those 2 points, and this is a huge revelation as the truth begins to come out. And with the Epstein files, we knew it was going to come out in phases. So Alpha and I actually talked about this multiple times. It'll come out in phases, and each phase you'll have like a little bit more, but more pressure will be put on the black pillars, the what we call FAGA. FAGA is the fake MAGA, as well as the liberals who are demanding that this information come about. And then we said it's going to drop, and when it drops, the thing is that the people who demanded it, the Democrats, the liberals who demanded it, will not be able to deny it. They will not be able to ignore it. And this is what we're finding out right now. Now, I did make a special note that not one active politician other than Donald Trump has been named in them. And I said, that's kind of odd. But I think that there's, 3-4 million documents. We're going to find some true revelations that are going to be coming out here. And as more and more people begin to associate Jeffrey Epstein with these documents and the atrocities that were committed, we're going to find a massive revelation happening within society. Now, this is also important because, if you guys go back to 2019 when Jeffrey Epstein, didn't kill himself, right? The majority of the people in the United States of America had no clue who Jeffrey Epstein was. Mm-hmm. They didn't know the name Jeffrey Epstein. So if justice came back then, it would have never been accepted globally. It wouldn't have been accepted nationally. People wouldn't have accepted it psychologically. But now it's a household name. You have the Netflix documentary. You have a 1 year of 3 different phases of people bringing attention to Donald Trump about Jeffrey Epstein. And all of a sudden they get released and they're like, oh, well, Reid Hoffman's implicated. And, oh, well, that's Netflix. And, well, now we got other politicians. We got global leaders. Oh, my God, the conspiracy theories were true. Now you have Pizzagate rising back up. And people are like, wait, Pizzagate was true? Mm-hmm. This is
far worse than what they were telling us, what we learned earlier. I say it's far, far worse than what you and I have been doing, Mike.
Yeah. So we're in this time of massive revelation that is occurring, and I believe that this is going to bring about what we've all been talking about, is the Great Awakening.
We're going to welcome Mike Jaco in here. He's our third rounder coming in. Carrie will be in a minute, but Mike, we were talking about, as you heard, the Epstein files coming out, how this thing's unfolding, talking about the Grammys, Jelly Roll, Nicki Minaj coming out, support of Trump and Christ. And I mean, you talk about throwing a grenade inside their freaking tent. Like, holy shit, when I saw that, all that information being put out there just in the last 24 hours. And just to get Mike's comment on it, what I'll say is that you laid out the landscape, Josh. The reality of all this is, and why so many people have gotten impatient in the last 5 years. And I get impatient with podcasters that get impatient. The reality is, this is not about taking down the deep state cabal on the planet. Yes, that's part of it. It has to be done. What this entire operation is about is an ascension track, a great awakening, letting people see for themselves. They will never, ever, ever believe it, especially after we've been lied to about all of our history, about World War II, Holocaust. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but the realities of the Holocaust in Russia, the Bolsheviks slaughtering 60 million people. Nobody says anything. All this stuff that's never taught in history books and everything they do teach us is all programming. Most of it lies. And if and this could go in history books too this time, but they're going to remember history back then. Oh, they're lying. They lied back then, and then. But if we have the masses of people on Mother Earth telling the next generations on that, there's a DNA change at this level. When you are hit with these kind of traumas, there's a DNA change. It continues to carry itself throughout your whole life, and it goes down through generations. Believe it or not, DNA memories are stored inside of your cells, and it gets projected on. And so it's planting a shift in the I wouldn't say the neural structures, but it's certainly the DNA to always remember what happened to this planet. The real history that people are getting to see is what's going to shift us in that upward track to such a hyper speed that once this thing goes vertical, when all this stuff just keeps bang, bang, but it's drip, 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 boom. It's the wake up. It is the absolute utter shock to get people out of the dream spell that the life they've lived is all a lie, all false, everything created was not how it was supposed to be. That is what this war is all about. Let's bring in Mike Jaco, get his comment on that, on the back end of that.
Yeah, everybody's like, they know their time is limited. They don't know that. They've had this happen to them so many times over, the centuries where, it's like, it looks like they're going to end. They're still full speed ahead. And they're going to continue until they're all gone or all in prison, which is, I don't see any of that happening anytime soon. But we're going to basically break them down, and it's going to take time. It's like if you were coming after me and my team, SEAL Team 6 guys, you're gonna have to eliminate every single one of us, and that's the way they are. They're gonna keep coming at us, and they're gonna keep, they have their missions, and they're gonna keep coming. Jeffrey Epstein was part of their crew, and he was, I guess, convinced to give up information. He was, that's ridiculous beyond belief. I said it from the beginning that the guy was still alive. He's going to give up information. There's even people that are putting stuff out, Scott, that he's there in Dallas with you, driving around in trucks. I don't know. So that could be disinformation, of course. And that's the way both sides are playing this game right now. And we see this satanic Luciferian stuff in the Super Bowl and like the Grammys. We just had, the woman that played in Home Alone. She died recently. We just had, the full moon. So the 3 days on either side of the full moon are ritual days for the deep state, the Luciferians. So they did that every time they have a Grammy, and it's happened over and over again. These people are just out of control, and the only way we defeat them is we start to expose, their evil. So the people can see it. I did a show last night, and I'm just calling out all these people that are out there protesting. They're just useful idiots. Useful idiots for the deep state. Come on, we got to see this. We can't say, oh, we need to let them peacefully protest. Not peacefully protesting. This is out of control. I said let's drive up a bus and load them up in the bus and take them down to the local precinct and said, who's paying you? You're a local and you're not being paid. Go home and don't come back again, or you're going to get arrested and you're going to be in jail for a while. You other people that are being paid, you're going to go to jail for a long time. So this is how we end this. We have to quit playing around with this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, Donnie Lemon's he's gonna find out, isn't he, Mike?
It's like Hillary and Bill Clinton should be arrested at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So when I start to see so Don Lemon, he's low-hanging fruit. So let's see some bigwigs get arrested, and then it's game on. But until then, Pam Bondi's been in office, I don't know, over a year, and we haven't seen any major arrests. So I know it's probably a timing thing, but until we start seeing arrests, big name arrests, this is just a continuation of a control system.
Well, and Mike, you make some great points there. I'm very critical of Pam Bondi. I don't like Pam Bondi as far as I can throw her, as well as Todd Blanche and Susie Wiles. I think that they are infiltrators. I mean, you can go back to, Pam Bondi and Susie Wiles' connections to Jeb Bush and the Florida GOP political elite and all the financing that goes behind all that. I don't trust them. And I think that they're gatekeepers and stonewallers right now in the DOJ. Like today, Ed Martin is being removed from the DOJ, from the Department of Weaponization. And that's Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi that's doing that. Ed Martin's like one of our top guys that we want in there and we support, right? Mm-hmm. So, on that, I give it halfway to midterms. So we got about roughly 5 to 6 months before, if there's nothing happening, and in the sense of tactics and strategy, when we start to look at it for the midterms, where you want to make momentum, you want to win the midterms, and you're going to do that by revealing the truth, unveiling, declassifying, and then make it arrest, that's got to happen within this time frame. And if it doesn't happen this time frame, I come out and I say, okay, I'm calling BS on this. It's time for patriots to kind of stand up and begin to posture and say, hey, this needs to happen, or else we're going to be the ones protesting in the street. And don't worry, the Marines and the National Guard will join us because we're fed up with this crap. And I think that everybody understands that is the next stage if accountability does not come about. But that also goes to what Scott was saying in the context of the awakening, right? This is biological. This is evolutional, right? That what is happening right now, I studied biotechnology and genomics in my first years of college. Excuse me. And one of the things you learn is that evolution is not really evolution. It's called adaptability. And adaptability typically happens over very, very short periods of time, 100-year cycles. So a species will massively change its DNA, not over tens of thousands of years, but it'll happen within a short 10 to 100-year time frame. We are in that time frame right now. And my belief and my ideas upon it are that it's astronomical, that it is built directly into the fabric of the universe, and that the movement of our solar system through the galaxy as it transits the galactic arm is actually reminiscent of that. And I can get into that later if you guys want to talk about it, but it is actually pertinent because we are in that cycle right now, and look what's happening.
Well, I'll throw a person right in the middle of that conversation. It probably can speak more eloquently than any of us on what comes to galactic stuff, off planet, the demonic angelic realm. We got Carrie Cassidy coming in right now. Carrie typically has viewpoints that are stretched far beyond our boundaries of thinking in many cases, because she's been at this for decades, interviewing secret space program whistleblowers, people who have trusted her forever because she keeps their confidence. My envy of my life is that she got to interview William Tompkins and broke some unbelievable information before they actually got to him, took him down. Carrie, we were talking about the Grammys. We were talking about Nicki Minaj, Jelly Roll coming out like supporting Trump, respectively, supporting Christ, respectively, going against the narrative of that. We see all these changes coming. The Epstein files now, of course, coming out. It appears, as always, strategic deployments of weapons to take down the deep state. So we just kind of threw this into the mix, throwing you in the middle of it. What do you see happening, Carrie, with the emergence of what people are impatiently waiting for, now seeing some signs of it, although there's still things that's causing great concern for things that aren't happening, the speed with which. But outside of that realm, when you're looking at what's happening in the programs, I don't even know if this is a good question. I'm framing this very well for your knowledge, but what do you see in the evolution of what's just taken place in the last couple of days? They attack Silver massively. Grammys coming out, big, powerful people hitting them as they're hitting us, our side, and Epstein files dripping out a lot of stuff now. How do you see, where are we right now? Where are we?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's kind of like mayhem. I think that there's something going on. There is a structure behind the appearance of chaos. So I guess the deep state is pulling their games, and they're actually I think they're messing with people's minds. I think they're trying to scare you away from silver right now. So everything's dropping, but I think you do have to hold on. It's like a bucking bronco or something like that. So I hope that people aren't caving to that stuff. I think that it will go up. eventually, but it may just actually do some really crazy stuff still in the future because they're trying to get their money. They're trying to get money in order to pay off their debt. The big players that went short. So I you know they're under. I mean, they've already they've already gone under. I think these banks, but they're being salvaged. They're being saved. Now, you can't say you don't want them to be saved in a sense because you want your money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has money invested in these big banks. I know I do. So I don't want to see my money disappear. So it's kind of a tug of war, I guess you might say. I actually was thinking that the White Hats had a lot to do with what's been going on with silver behind the scenes. I mean, maybe someone else can weigh in on that comment, if you will, because I'm seeing that this might be facilitating the QFS. Okay, so that people are going to be fed up, and that they do a lot of things that seem negative on the outside that turn positive on the inside once they come out. Okay, so there's that. I just, I think that people are changing their perspective, and I can't say a lot about this particular development, but I'm part of another group, and this particular group is attacking Trump big time with a bunch of stuff. And I've sent that along to, you know, who in the public that we deal with, and hoping that someone will say something to me like, don't release it or do release it or whatever the hell. But I don't think they want it out there, to be honest. And I hope it's wrong information. But and if it's wrong, then they're really escalating their BS. Okay, they're really going in for the jugular right now.
Makes
So
sense.
I think that patriots need to analyze things a little bit more and not be so rah rah. I think it's for a long time, everyone wanted to just have a positive attitude and all of that. I think that time is past. I think we have to look closely. I mean, I wrote an article about what ICE is doing and how they could have done a whole different approach. And but they wanted to do, I wrote it in my article. I'm not going to go back over it here, but unless somebody wants me to. But I'm just saying, looking at these things, they are not looking positive on the outside, but maybe as we get closer in, they're going to switch up. I get the feeling, Michael, you're kind of like in agreement with me over there. So I don't know, what you might think, but I think the manipulation is not just from the dark side. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like where we're speaking right now, silver's up over $8, 10%, and back up to 85, $15 away from 100. So it's going to recover. Gold is up 185, so it's coming back. It's like they came in, they hammered it, they probably got out of their shorts or whatever, and now it's going to recover. It's probably going to 500, I think, by the end of the year. It's crazy, the manipulations that's going on with it. But you're right, Carrie. We've been taking away their money on a massive scale. So they don't have the ability to really, do the things they used to do. So that makes us safer because they can't, afford to.
So, Josh, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah. Well, number one, I will touch on what Carrie was saying about the manipulation is on both sides. She's spot on correct on this. I mean, my last show of the year was called the 2025 PSYOP, and it wasn't talking about the deep state. It was talking about the Trump administration, right? And so I look at this in the context that disinformation is necessary, that we have an army, if you want to look at it, we have an army of people out there who have taken over the media. And we have to understand that the evil in this world listens to us as much as everybody else. And that they look at us for hints and clues of what's going to happen next or what's going to go on. They have to analyze all different possibilities. And so I look at the Trump administration utilizing that as a methodology to to put in disinformation. And we've seen this consistent with Donald Trump. Like, oh, I'm gonna bomb Iran this weekend. Gonna bomb Iran this weekend. How many times have you heard he's gonna bomb Iran on the weekend? And a whistleblower came out in the Wall Street Journal, and we have new evidence that Donald Trump's gonna launch a massive campaign and bomb Iran. Never happens, right? And so we continuously hear all of these aspects of disinformation. And I think that what it is it's controlled information. It's controlled dissemination of information, that we are in a psychological and unrestricted warfare domain, and that everybody is a player within this stage, and that we have to understand that and perceive it from that level, the 40,000 foot view. Now, going in the context of the QFS and the new financial system, Donald Trump did something really interesting today. He created a $12 billion strategic metal reserve. So this is rare earth minerals and metals, $12 billion strategic metal reserve. This is an indication of where this economic system is going. With gold and silver, 100% JP Morgan manipulation all throughout. Now you have BlackRock and Binance manipulation of Bitcoin, skyrocketing it downward, right? And so we have the old guard, as I call them, manipulating the economic systems. They want to do this to basically produce chaos and turmoil in times of great transition. This is the last moves of the Rothschild banking dynasties, right? And so they want to keep away from the distraction of 3 million Epstein documents that implicate them in crimes and financial crimes around the world. So what they're going to do, they're going to crash silver down $100 or $60, whatever it is. But the Trump administration, at the same time that this old financial system is teeter-tottering back and forth, is building up a new economic system. And it's an asset-based, gold and silver asset-based economic system based upon natural resources of our country, which is over $124 trillion worth of rare earth minerals, metals, and oil. It's based upon the various deals that Donald Trump has made with various companies, where he has a percentage interest in the companies that's given directly to the American people, and those dividends paid directly into the sovereign wealth fund, the tariff revenue that goes into the sovereign wealth fund, the asset revenue that goes into the sovereign wealth fund. It funds government. It pays the people a dividend, especially when AI begins to replace jobs. And why is this important? Is because we're learning that the $36 trillion of our national debt is equivalent to the $36 trillion of corruption that occurred, that was stolen over the last 20 years. And so this begins to make people start to wonder, well, how do we mitigate that debt? Well, we pay off the nation states, and the Federal Reserve is the largest holder of U.S. debt. And guess what? We can just clear the whole slate clean with that one in one fell swoop. And now you have a Trump ally that is in the Federal Reserve, Warsh, that's coming in. And I know he's globalist, Estee Lauder, and all that, but understandable that he's controlled by Trump, period. He's controlled by Trump. And so when I start to look at the global landscape, we have a new world forming before us. And it's going to start slowly creeping in, and then eventually it's going to take over. And we're all going to notice it around the same time. But the key point is that we have to win the midterms. And I know that elections are still a questionable part of all of this.
Glad you brought that point up. I want to throw this out to the three of you. Yes, I believe also we learned this from the drops. Misinformation is real. Misinformation is necessary. They didn't say on which side. They just said it is real. It's necessary. Again, the white hats have to play us to a degree as well, in my opinion, to wake these masses up. And that's another reason why many people are pissed, because they want big heads to roll. I believe still they're going to roll when they have used up everything from these scumbags that they could get to reshape the global order. And that's a point that I make on the back of what Anonymous came out with when the Epstein files weren't openly released when they wanted them to. We see the strategy. But also the point that was made was, look, when you have this much information on these criminals, if you out them to the whole world, yeah, we the people of the world will hunt them down and eliminate them. There's nowhere to hide when people see the gravity of what these killers have done. The global leaders in business, in Hollywood, in governments, and royal families, all this shit, DC, you name it. But the reality is you lose leverage. If you expose them, you lose all the leverage that you have to reshape nations and reshape the whole planet. So yeah, some of these people may be scumbags, but guess what? Their back's against the wall. On the other side of the wall is a 12-gauge shotgun. Here's what you're going to do. And when you fail, to play the game. Now the script we're giving you, we pulled the trigger, which i.e. means Gitmo or whatever. That's how I see all of this thing playing out. When it comes down to putting the infrastructure in place, gives them time to do that. Like Kerry, most people know QFS is quantum financial system. I think all these things have to be, we learned this too. Timing is everything. For me, it's never been hard, and I don't know why I can remember these certain points, these certain drops. When I see all this stuff that makes me as uncomfortable as everybody else, somehow, boom, grab one, it just pops in. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I got to continue to remind myself the same thing that we all have learned through that course of time. Anyways, I'm going to shoot this right back over to you, Mike, and then off to Kerry. What do you, in your opinion, what do you see is there maneuvering right now in reshaping this global order with these actions that just happened in the last week or so, Kerry, or Mike, and then to Kerry?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing we have to have free and fair elections because they keep stealing the elections from people of merit that would make our country much better. So there's going to be some type of executive action or executive order where President Trump is going to say, okay, we need fair elections and we're going to implement this or whatever it's going to be. But we're still seeing, Democrats are still winning. They just won Virginia. They're even there in Texas, the Republic of Texas. They just had a Senate seat taken by Democrats. So it's like, what the heck is still going on here? It should be a red wave wherever it's. And so they're still in our face stealing these elections. How long they're going to let it go on? It remains to be seen. But at some point, they're going to reveal the 2020 election was absolutely stolen. They're going to produce the truth of it. And it's really going to shock a lot of people. I don't think at this point a lot of people are going to be shocked. The people that are awake are awake, and the people that are consciously compromised they're not going to change. I don't think. Mm-hmm. So let's move on and let's take our country back. And in those places that are going to resist and put up a fuss, probably like Chicago and New York and L.A. and you name Austin, maybe you name the Seattle, you name the city. A deep blue, horrible city. They're going to riot and they're going to protest, free and fair elections because they can't have it because they're going to lose all their power. So that's where, like we've been talking about for years, we're going to see these cities erupt more than they are right now. Minneapolis, the home of Prince, so the singer. So what is going on with Minneapolis? It's like that used to be. Minnesota used to be completely red, right, Josh? I mean, it was absolutely a red state, and
still
it was
is
stolen.
Yeah,
absolutely stolen. So there's going to be pushback. People probably going to be driven into some of these big blue cities, and they're going to be destroyed, like we've talked about. I don't see any way around it at this point. And I think Trump has even said we're not going to help those cities or those areas that don't request it. Unless they go after, federal buildings, that's the only way we're going to, push back. So they're going to let these cities be destroyed. It sounds to me like we've been saying for years.
I think you hit the baseline. The election's critical. Here's one thing, Kerry, when I throw this question over to you, one thing we got to remember. If we don't do something about these elections, the Democrats, believe it or not, can take the House this fall. They can. If we do nothing, because the fact of the matter is, like you just pointed out, two cases, Mike, same shit. And here's what I think. I had a discussion with a few other people who have really deeply in this election integrity, who were exposing the election in 2020 just recently. What this may lead up to, in my own mind, all this, again, stolen elections right here in Texas, is that enough of this is put out into the public. And I hope Trump's going to do this. I think it's critical because if he doesn't and they succeed and the Democrats actually can take the House, you're talking about impeachment. You're talking about shutting down everything he's trying to accomplish. We can't have that. We can't. This steamroller needs to continue to finish the job. That's why I believe it's critical that Trump declares the election infrastructure as critical infrastructure to our national security. If he does, they send in the troops and monitor everything so they cannot steal. Have National Guard or whoever run these elections, because we cannot lose these elections in the fall. So maybe what this is leading up to where it's apparent to everybody. Holy cow. Yes, we can't get a fair election. Trump is declaring it critical infrastructure, which sends, under the auspices of national security, sends the military in to guard and safeguard the election, just like they did in Iraq. I was Paul Valley talking about everybody comes out with a purple stamp on their finger. That the day, it's really simple stuff. It's rudimentary, but it'll work. So I don't know if that's what they're leading up to here. But
Okay, well,
Terry?
yeah, can I just jump in here because I actually have an issue with the way this is being handled as far as the election goes, or elections coming up. You guys, maybe we don't see it eye to eye in the sense that when I see these Democrat type people, and I can see them anytime I just go down to the corner, I certainly go to Malibu. You know what I'm saying? And these people are not changing. Okay. They are not. Okay.
Yep.
And this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that they're just digging in deeper. And I even have family members that, are just shocking to me. Okay. They are so out there. And so what happens is the shit is still happening. It's still, I don't know how, I'm not sure the exact solution, but they have been promising to bring out, let's say, the stolen election. Do it. You know, just do it. What are we waiting for? You're waiting to piss off more people. I don't think that's going to get you where you want to go, frankly. Um, I think, I mean, I just think some of this is a real fiasco. I think there was a different way to go into the cities, and there was a different way to approach the people. In You don't walk into a neighborhood that's completely armed against you. Now granted, there are games being played, there are possible setups happening to make ICE look worse than it is, that kind of thing. But I'm telling you that personally, I think that, one thing Trump does with other countries, he's not even doing in his own country, if you can check that out. So he actually goes in and tries to mitigate the situation. He tries to treat the other side as if it's human. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
He's not doing that in our country. Okay. He's actually making the other side more angry all the time. And I'm talking about the people. I don't, the monsters out there, the the Dons, like in Godfather, I see them pulling other stuff. Now, I don't think we're getting it, but I'm in touch with certain people, and they seem to be coming from the direction that the other side has a lot of stuff on this administration. Um, Focus is always on Trump, so we have to just acknowledge that. What I'm saying here is that they think they have ammunition. Okay, that's how they view it. They are doing pushback. It is the Godfather. It is the two sides. Okay, and the one side saying, you got that, well, I got this. And who's going to make the decision between one thing coming out and another? That's why this Epstein stuff is so sticky. It's a mess. And nobody comes out with intelligent stuff. All they come out with is he said, she said, some typical stuff, but they don't come out with the real machinations behind the scene. What was Epstein really doing? Yeah, we know the honeypot thing. He inherited that honeypot stuff. He was just slotted in there because I mean, there is something behind the scenes here that I don't like. I'm just saying, it bothers me. I don't see any kind of really, I see him on the international stage making very forthright moves. Here, it seems like either somebody's got something on him that's slowing him down, or the group, it's slowing the group down, or dissension within the ranks, or whatever it is. But I think that they need to clean that shit up. I think that he needs to be forthright, and he needs to be more honest with the people, because that's the kind of thing that the people love. If he wants to win hearts and minds, coming out as a hard ass and getting into their homes and freaking them out and even their neighbors out. I mean, nobody wants to see that. Okay. We don't want to look like Nazi Germany with, Stasi or whatever you call them going house to house. I mean, come on. That's not going to work in America. So
So
someone is not analyzing the American public. I know that they've done the tough love thing for a long time and they thought they were going to wake them up. It's not working personally. That's my opinion. I don't see those people changing one fucking iota, I'll tell you. So if you want to come back at me with something, great. I'd love to hear it. But,
well, your observations are great. You're spot on your
That's why you're here,
observations.
Terry. That's why we wanted you tonight.
Yeah,
Because
I love what you
Yep.
just said. You're
Yep.
spot on right. And I always try to look for logic or strategy or a tactical point from that, right? And
Right.
so Minnesota, Scappa said a few weeks ago, he says the same template we're using in Minnesota, we're going to use throughout every state. Now, what happened? They increased the amount of ICE and DHS into Minnesota massively. And you had people taken to the streets. But when you had the people taken to the streets, it goes right back to what you just said. You have financiers that are funding it. You have money that begins to flow. They start to play their hand. And once you begin to see and observe their hand, what had happened? Well, it escalated to the two people getting killed. Don't get me wrong. That was horrific. That was a tragedy. Even though they're dumb as rocks and shouldn't have made those bad decisions in life. And then what did Trump do? De-escalated. Pulled massive amounts of ICE out. Why? Because they got all the intel, all the information they needed on the money channels of how these things are organized. What did we get? We got the leaking of all their signal groups. We got their playbook. We find that it's directly associated with a lieutenant governor in Minnesota, with various other political candidates, of staffers of Tim Walz. That's all the DOJ needs. Now we pull back ICE, we de-escalate, and that's exactly what happened with Tim Walz and Trump's conversation. Hey, we're going to de-escalate. We're going to pull back. Why? Because we have all the intel now on how that network works. And if we know how it works there, well, this is cookie cutter. This is their playbook. This is how it's going to work in California. This is how it's going to work in Pennsylvania. This is how it's going to work in Chicago.
Yeah, but that's what Mike, I mean, I'm sorry to go back over the old stuff, but Mike Gill, he basically exposed all that. So, what I'm saying here is, what I see is they've gotten into a pattern where they think they were successful in those ways of going out, baiting the tiger jumps, and then they know the tiger's state of mind kind of thing. That's kind of like what they've been doing. It's not going to work anymore. I think we're in a different chapter, then it's not seek and find and get some more info. This is not what's happening. If you want the cities to blow up, I don't see how that helps America. Okay. I'm just saying, I don't think isolating people and changing the American way. The American way was never to turn immigrants back. Think of it. They could have done it differently.
Legal immigrants.
Yeah, but that's bullshit. To be honest, I mean, when a person is, let's say that somebody's on the run from another country, and all these people, you got to analyze the people coming in. Who are they really? Yes, we have military men with objectives. Okay. You got to do something with them. There's no doubt about it whatsoever. But going in Nazi style, like Netanyahu did in Palestine, is not the way. All you're going to do is escalate, and pretty soon you've got genocide. Okay. There's writing on the wall. I'm just saying, I don't think they're analyzing and that's why I got into my whole gray human hybrid thing, because you're not analyzing those people. You don't understand their psychology. It's not what you think. Okay. Some of them are massively mind controlled and programmed. You can't approach a mind controlled person with violence and pushback and think they're going to do anything other than just go even crazier. Now, arguably, that particular guy that got killed, the so-called nurse from the Veterans Administration. Now, I saw that Trump released this video. I assume it's not, CGI, that where he's kicking the truck. And in other words, they got to know that guy. He was already their enemy before they ever got into the gun battle. Do you know that? Because he kicked the shit out of their truck and had bad attitude, right? But when you're a policing organization and you come in like the Nazis, what do you expect? I just don't think, I think there's a solidarity in that community that's nobody's honoring. It's nice when people want to defend their neighbors, regardless of what kind of, ID they had when they came in the door. These are people coming from cartel fucking countries, okay? These are people who have been maimed and messed with their whole fucking lives. I'm just saying, I don't think that they're analyzing the people properly.
Well,
That they're
I
making
want to
them
jump in real
enemies.
quick. I think the assumption that's being made is that they're taking grandma and grandpa and escorting them out of the country. 98% of all the people that they were targeting in Minnesota have criminal records, whether it's violent, domestic violence. They are criminal records within the state of Minnesota record system or from their parent company. So murderers, rapists, criminals of some nature are the ones that they are
But
targeting.
they came from outside the country.
Right, exactly. So they're here illegally, and then they're committing crimes inside of our country, and that's what ICE is
Right.
going
But
after
what I'm
and removing.
saying is, did they have those? Did those dossiers get spiked by the country they came from? You know, this kind of stuff, it takes a lot of investigation. I mean, I'm an investigative reporter. I can tell you, one minute you're talking to a person and they're a victim, next minute you're finding out they're the perpetrator, right? And so you're flip-flopping a lot. I mean, I don't want to get into the weeds too much
Well,
here, and
but
I appreciate what you're saying.
but I also agree with you is that we could have done it better. You know what the Trump administration should have done at the beginning of the administration is they should have created a self-identifying amnesty program. If you come in and declare yourself an illegal immigrant and say, "Hey, I'm an illegal immigrant. I really need asylum. I can't go back to my country. I'm a good person. I'm here working hard. This is what I'm doing," and you worked with the U.S. government, you could work towards your citizenship and stay. I think that if they did something like that, this country would be far better in the context of stability right now.
I agree. I mean, I will agree with that, but I would say in this time, I doubt that would work. We're dealing with a problem that was thrust upon us for decades and seriously in the last 5 years. We got an onslaught of people have come in here to now create another option, another program, hoping these people, killers, criminals, rapists, are going to say, "Yeah, I think I'll self-deport." I don't see how that's effective.
No,
Those
I don't think
people
the
that deserve.
psychology is being understood. With all due respect, I don't
Mhm.
think they're understanding how to deal with this. And I think they're still in these old stages of collecting information. Provoke the tiger, get information, and then walk away. That's not how they should be operating in this. They should have all the information and intel they fucking need. I mean, you don't even know the technology they've got at hand. Michael might know to some degree. Okay. We're talking frequency, we're talking crossing that border without saying a word, and they've got the frequency on those people. Okay, so look, I'm not saying I have a really clear cut solution, but I do see suspicious things going on from our side. If you
Mhm.
want to say the MAGA side, that tell me that they haven't really thought this through. They're trying to rely on a playbook, let's say they had 10 years ago or before the fake Biden, came out and paraded around. I mean, for God's sake, they haven't even come clean on that shit. I mean, look, you want people to trust you. We want people to understand what the hell's going on. And the other thing is that I'm telling you that this population thing where they shift populations, it's like the UK. Let's use the UK. It's a little less contentious over here because it's another country, right? UK went into Ukraine. They had already let in a ton of Muslims, and I go there regularly, so I know the shit over there. And so what happens is then they wanted some white people. So they go stir up what was already, a mess over in Ukraine, right? And then all the women and children come across the border and they let them in, right? Because this is a population all around the globe. These people who manipulate behind the scenes, they don't look at it like you do. They look at it as, well, we need some of this group, we need some of that group. And I'm telling you that south of the border are the the gray ET human hybrids, and they want the ones with skills. Michael, you understand how important these skills are in war, right?
Yeah. So
So
the
start
last time the
analyzing it
Insurrection
just
Act was
that.
used was in the Rodney King riot. So I had a buddy that was SEAL Team 6 guy that left and he was going to go into the LA SWAT team. So he had to do 2 years in regular patrol before he went there. So I talked to him about the Rodney King. So he said that his group, like the normal LA SWAT guys, or not LA SWAT, but the LA crowd control people, they would come in, they're all like, they didn't know what they're doing, and the crowd just rolled right over them. He said that his group, they were like Spartan warriors when they came in. They were like, oh, and they like had shields and everything, and they like marched, and everybody just like scattered. They were gone.
I saw that Dallas here. I saw that downtown like in 2020.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So the Insurrection Act, I think, is actually going to be implemented. Now, I think it's a timing thing. Now, when I've been overseas in combat zones, whether it be in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, I don't care where it was, when there were riots, the only thing that stopped them was highly trained groups that came in, and they didn't pussyfoot around, because if they came in and pussyfoot around, they got rolled over. But if they came in and they were aggressive, like Marines, everywhere the Marines went overseas, they dominated and they controlled. So you have to come in, and you have to come in hard and heavy if you're going to do it. If not, then that's the way things are going to roll. I think that's where we're at right now. We're just letting things roll, let everybody go, okay, we're done with this. We want this cleaned up, and then it's going to start getting cleaned up. So I don't know.
I think they
I know the
wanted
answer, but
people to
somebody's
react
not
the way they did.
bringing
They
it.
wanted that. They provoked them and they got it. Okay. And see, what I'm trying to say here, it's just that I just want to clarify my points here. I'm coming from the point of view of the people in charge. I am not coming from the point of view of, even the troops. Okay. Even like you're a fighter. Okay. You got good points. Absolutely. But the problem is if the people at the top have an ulterior method, that they actually, that their ambition is different than we realize. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry to do this, but you got to do it. You got to analyze, why are the white hats operating the way they're operating? They keep kind of like doing bait and switch. They
Yep.
bait us. They give us all these headlines. Nino's screaming, I've got headlines from a year ago that were exactly the same as the shit they're saying now. And it's bullshit. Okay. It was bullshit then, and it's probably bullshit now. And they're going to push it another 6 months. You see what I'm saying? I am having an issue with the people who not are working their ass off, on the troop level, but the people behind them who are actually, also baiting us, are the audience. You want someone to actually understand where you're coming from. I don't think that this way of operation is working. I think they need to rethink themselves. Okay. I think they've got the data, they've got the intel. If your idea was to flesh them out, you already know where they are. You know what types they are. Like I said, you have to retrain these mind-controlled military age men to come onto your side. That's actually the objective here. It's got to be. You think about it. Your objective is not to send them outside the border where they can join the Cubans and fight against you in the future. That's not useful. You have to look long term. You have to think, what are they really doing? Why are they keep baiting us with this? I thought they were going to come out with like a huge thing right before this whole silver thing kind of took a lot of focus. I thought they were coming out and going to say, this is how the election was stolen, and here's our witnesses and whatever, right? In other words, stop taking shit from the judiciary, all right? And you want to have some balls, have balls there.
Yeah, do
Okay.
what Bukele did in El Salvador. Went in, the very first thing he did, took down all the judges. There was only 60 of them, so it wasn't hard to get rid of all of them because they're all
And Tina
corrupt and
Peters,
criminals.
she's still sitting in jail. I don't know if she's a fake or a real. I analyzed that really early on, and I saw Colorado should never have had that case. That should have been yanked out by our executive branch and said, no way, you don't own this case. This is a federal case. This is a federal election. Get the fuck out of there. And what are they doing? They're going over doing the low hanging fruit shit and arguing with them over niceties. This is bullshit when, it's just, I know I might have a different attitude than some people, but I saw, the round table that John Chambers had. He had these really good military people on it,
Like
and
Mike
those guys
Baker.
were just like me. I mean, I was like, yeah, yeah, the whole time I was like so proud of them. And so they were on it. I mean, they should be running the fucking ship. What the hell is going on? I don't know who is relying on who back the scenes, right? But I can tell you that something is not right. There's either they've got something on you that if you can't act a certain way because they'll expose you, right? That kind of thing. So they've got something behind their back, or there's something dirty in River City, so to speak. I mean, there's something,
or the end result is not what we all expected. Maybe there's something else that's happening that is different than what we believed it to be.
Josh, I want to jump in there with you and then have you pull it back from me, because that's an interesting point. By the way, folks, you need to understand something. The only way we force the truth, whether you understand if you're getting it or not, is exactly what Carrie's doing. Because when we just give carte blanche to whoever's in front of us, again, that's how we got here in the first place. Never question these people. I know, Mike, you've pushed on Trump in the past pretty hard. I've never really, once or twice I've like gotten in there and like, what the hell is going on? Josh, I'm not sure how but this is necessary. And the leadership of this country, if we're getting back to the Republic, are going to expect that from us. And I said this in the past, if they're watching us, if Trump's watching me when I say something, guess what? Even if it is something that he wouldn't align with or agree with or what the hell, be like, kid's doing his job. That is critical. Second thing, I want to throw this in here, Josh, because it's something that I have had to ask myself. Look at these multi-trillion-dollar deals set up to come into this country from Middle Eastern countries like Qatar and others who are actually supporting the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a massive problem in this country. You folks saw John Guandola here last week. It's a massive problem. It's going to be addressed. And I asked myself, why? Why are we taking all this mass investment from these Middle Eastern countries where people in their countries are here to kill us? And I thought to myself, is there always a bigger play here? Is Trump and the team getting back, recovering the massive investment in his country to get the economy on bulletproof ground? So then when they turn and say, okay, shut down the Muslim Brotherhood, and this is just me talking, shut down this bullshit from Muslim Brotherhood in your country, or we're nationalizing everything you just built in the United States. You're going to do what we need you to do to put an end to this bullshit, but you need a lever. You need leverage to do it. And I'm wondering if taking that, again, Trump, yes, we hear it all the time, Carrie, and I'm parroting the same stuff I've heard, seen, on the boards and everything else, but it's what I have to work with. And I have to wonder, is this the game plan in that respect of why they do things like they do to get leverage or the upper hand for the benefit of the American economy, the American people, and American national security? Just Josh, your thought on that.
Yeah, so I mean, number one, getting into Middle Eastern politics and the evolution of that over the course of the last 50 years is a completely different situation. But I think that actually talking about the money, because we're talking about approximately $23 trillion that Donald Trump has earmarked, secured from these countries, from these corporations that come over, and this is actually going to help build out a lot of the infrastructure for artificial intelligence, blockchain economic systems, and new technological systems that are coming about, because we're in a 500-year leap that is about to occur over the next 20 years. Now, Gaza is actually probably the best example that I can bring about for all of this. When Donald Trump came out and announced that, hey, we're going to build hotels and golf courses in Gaza, people are like, what? This is nuts. This is crazy. But I mean, who's investing in it? Saudi Arabia, it's the Qataris, right? Attachments to ISIS, attachments to the Al-Qaeda and to the Muslim Brotherhood. It's all there. But one thing that I realized, and take Saudi Arabia, Qatar, or UAE, for example, is that when they invest in infrastructure and build big skyscrapers and hotels and golf courses, bombs don't drop there. And I think that that's one important fact to remember, is that when they start putting their money in some place, bombs don't drop in those places. You notice bombs only drop over poor people's heads? And so Syria is going to be built up like a first world country. And so the trade-off that Trump is going in and making these negotiations is, hey, we're going to take you out of the third world and we're going to make you a first world nation. Hey, in Gaza, and this is one of the things that, like, I understand the power of Benjamin Netanyahu, but I don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu has much power with Donald Trump. And Gaza is actually the prime example for this. And the reason being is because Donald Trump is negotiating a two-state solution, 2 or 3 state solution. And when Gaza becomes modernized with golf courses and skyscrapers, do you think Israel's going to drop bombs on Saudi and Qatari properties? That's not going to happen.
Interesting.
No, never going to happen. But what does that do? It begins to change the cultural trauma that these people have endured for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It begins to take them out of that system of war that has dominated their life.
And poverty, because a lot of those people,
right.
Josh, are poverty stricken. They're able to capture them into this maniacal, radical Muslim mindset, or whatever you want to call it, because they got nothing else. They feel they belong. They have a reason to live now. Over here, they're eating grass and freaking dirt, most of their life.
Systemic trauma.
Sheep alive. That, to me, that's brilliant. I've never thought of that before, but I think you, Mike, what do you think? You might have nailed something here. Refashion the world so people love the life that they get to live in their own countries, which, Carrie, whether we believe in the repatriation of the wealth of the world to the people, where everybody has it great and I want to go back to their own countries. I don't know. That makes sense to me if it's true. But Josh, I think that's, Mike, what do you think? I think that's brilliant. Maybe that's a methodology.
Yeah, you have to come in and you have to clean house first, which is Israel and America's doing that. Of course, there's another side of everybody saying they're genociding people. I don't believe that's true, but I've been in the Middle East. I've seen this going on for almost 30 years, close to half my life I've spent in the Middle East. They have incredible potential in the Middle East. They have resources, they have the people, but they don't have security. I remember when I was in Afghanistan in this wonderful area in Herat where Alexander the Great still had a fort, Genghis Khan had built bridges. No one had been, and the Romans had old bathhouse, which they were rediscovering, all kind of crazy stuff. But they couldn't, build nurseries for, trees and so forth because people would come and steal the fruit. They'd have to build walls and have security. They can't afford it. It's not, cost effective. So if you can't come in and create security in these areas, they're never going to go anywhere. And I know country after country has come in. I remember what they said in Herat. They said, we're the city of 100 fathers, because they've had all these Greeks, Romans, and all these people that come in. No one's been able to control and secure those areas. Now, a lot of the problem also is, I'm going to say it, they do a lot of inbreeding, and inbreeding basically causes lower IQ, below 70, which is idiot level. I used to go overseas and I'd be like, there must be some really different cultural things going on here, because they seem like they don't get things, but they don't get things because they've been dumbed down for a long time.
They must have imported the Democrats from the Middle East, I guess.
They've done a lot of importing to here in America of these people, and we see it with the Somalis. Somalis are extremely inbred and extremely stupid. So look who's running them. So you got extremely low IQ people, and then you have the Democrats that are running them. Who has a higher IQ? I don't know. So we have massive problems.
Yeah, but I think that it's all fine what Josh has come up with, but that's actually nothing to do with our situation here with the white hats in our country. In other words, what they're doing over there, yeah, I agree with the idea of places decimated as it is, so do something good with it. They're not going to be so happy about that necessarily, but hey, you got to live another day, right? So sooner or later they'll maybe get on the bandwagon. But the point being is, all you've done is take this discussion out of America and
No,
into these
no, no.
other
This goes
places.
right back to what Scott was asking about the $23 trillion coming in from Saudi Arabia and from Qatar and Oman that's coming into the United States to build out infrastructure. I
Yeah,
mean,
but we don't lack, I mean, I know that people think we lack money or something, but we don't. Okay. And yes, Trump is
we do
he's a
because of massive
businessman.
corruption. In money, the money that we have right now is kind of really fake money, right? So what we're talking about is
Real
that
money.
that when other countries become invested in the infrastructure, they're going to get paid dividends, just like the American people are going to get paid dividends. But what is going to be built on that infrastructure? And I think that this is the most important part, is that we are about to have, and I got confirmation of this from a top general in our U.S. military that I just talked to the other day, and I said it on my show, and he messaged me and said, "Hey," I said, "we are about to make a 500-year leap in technology in less than 20 years. That is what is about to happen." Okay, all of this technological lack of progress that we've had over the last 80 years because of the USAPs and the SAP programs and this all of that, it's trickle down disclosure time. It's all coming out, and over the next 20 years, all of that is going to be a reality. Which means that when we're sitting here with 1950 and 1940 outlets in our house and copper wires running electricity, and we're sitting here with copper, massive electric lines that are going across acres and acres of field to deliver
Worst part of
electricity.
all of it is
We
that
don't have the infrastructure to substantiate technology. And a good key point of this is that we all have our contacts and stuff like that. One of the things that I had was out of the special projects is that we have these craft that we discovered on this planet buried, and we got them out, and we have no idea how they run. We figured out how they operate, and we can take them up in the air and we can move them around, but we can't operate them. The reason being is because it's conscious integrated technology.
Yeah.
Is that consciousness integrates with the technology, and this is the next branch. This is the next tranche. But here's the thing, is the infrastructure for that technology doesn't exist. You can't bring about that highly advanced technology and say, "Here you go, humanity, enjoy space, go do this," because the infrastructure doesn't exist to substantiate it. And that's got to get built out. And that's the process that we're in. At the same time, we're taking down the evil of the world. At least that's how I see it. I look at it from a different perspective. And I looked at, Donald Trump is truly out there trying to organize and negotiate world peace. He's trying to bring it about in the best way, shape, and fashion that he can. And that's through not warfare, but peace through strength, but negotiating deals. And that if we can take the people out there that are kind of the war domain, the cartels and the terrorists, and we can change their trauma-based mindsets, we can start to bring infrastructure to their areas and rebuild them and give them opportunities, it's going to change the whole mindset of the planet as we begin to evolve towards this new technological infrastructure as well as spiritual infrastructure that's being built in front of us.
Good point.
Well, I hate to throw, rain on your parade, but the bottom line here is also that you've got crime bosses in every city. And again, Mike Gill brought this up. Okay. It's a structure. It's not about Somalis hitting the street. Okay. That's not actually the issue. The real issue is behind the scenes. And what kind of deal are you going to do with these crazy, I don't know, maniacal, crime bosses who have their piece of territory, whether it's Chicago, and Chicago's a huge issue, or Minneapolis, or wherever the fuck, we basically have to figure out. It has to be done behind the scenes, and part of that is the judiciary. I mean, that is making decisions that go against any kind of change. Okay, so I appreciate what you're saying, but actually, I have to say there's some deception there. Okay, you apparently don't know or don't acknowledge the secret space program and all the use of technology they're involved in. They've done it already. Okay, what this
But
is,
Carrie, it's not here right now in the
commercialization.
United States. It's not
I
in
know
my house
it's
connecting Mike's house, connecting your house.
commercialization
That's
of
what
what
I'm
they've
saying.
done behind the scenes. And yes, more power to them. But I do have to throw a couple little things in there. One of the things is that, look, airplanes right now are operating with free energy behind the scenes. It's a mixture of fuels. They are rolling out this technology, okay? But some of the technology is strange. It doesn't necessarily need what they say it needs, okay? You can't go halfway there. You can't be halfway pregnant with this shit. It is actually not about databases, okay, of miles of databases. Free energy doesn't need all that shit. They aren't, I appreciate what the knowledge level you have, but if you knew what I know, these people are not rolling out what they really have. They're building up a country based on almost an old model. You cannot enter free energy with an old model. You understand what I'm saying? It's not
Literally what I just
industrialization.
said. It's quite literally what I was just saying.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
But, maybe you said it in different words than I interpreted you. That's all fine, good. All I'm saying is that's great. I don't think anyone, at least in this group, is going to object to any of that. I think we started out the conversation. You want to change the conversation, that's fine. But, I just want to say that there's something else going on behind the scenes where the old guard who are still entrenched in our country are not being moved out.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't
And
disagree with that.
and
I
what's
don't
the
disagree with that.
solution? Part of the solution may be in the courts, okay? Just like the very simple case of just Tina Peters, it doesn't belong where it is, get it the fuck out, okay? Make those kinds of decisions. The trouble is that some of these people, I guess, maybe they're threatening, their kids. Maybe they're threatening, they're mafia bosses. These are the strongholds. Okay. It's like it's like on one level, we're Afghanistan. Okay. In terms of these guys who are trying to run and control their cities and their people and so on and so forth. And the other, you've got a high tech world that's racing ahead. You know what I'm saying? And absolutely, I agree with you. That's a wonderful thing, and Trump has his eye on that very wisely. Okay, so I don't know. Even when we put this roundtable together, I don't know that we defined what the topic is, but you do have these two sides to this story. Do you know what I'm saying? You've got
100%.
people on the ground, and you've got a higher level of being able to understand for the people out there, as far as I'm concerned. They need to understand about the gray human hybrids and this technology that they're going to have access to, okay? That some of our people just are not prepared for whatsoever. And they're going to recruit them. You could say the open border was a recruitment policy, okay, for these people, okay, for the future, for the technology you're, going on about. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just thinking, I
So
don't see,
so one of my thoughts on that, Carrie, is that before you came in, it was me, Mike, and Scott, and I said that, listen, we have about 6 months. If we don't see action on those same people, the old guard leftovers that you're talking about in 6 months, it's time to take a different approach towards what we're doing. It's time
Time to
for
rise up.
us. It's
What we're
time for
doing out
us to
here,
rise
yeah.
up. Like
Yeah.
our patience is very, very thin on all of this. Look, I don't like Pam Bondi. I don't like Todd Blanche. I don't like Susie Wiles. I believe they're compromised, and I believe that they're holding Trump back. They're gatekeepers. I think that they're stonewallers, and I think that they're working for the Bush era neocons that are nothing more than an extension of the same old guard deep state. So I'm not disagreeing with you on that side. We're talking about various different topics, so we're kind of
right.
going all over.
Yeah,
But
I get it.
on the
But I
geopolitical
agree
level,
with Carrie. I mean, we can't even get Pam Bondi out of prison, or not
Yeah.
Pam Bondi, but Carrie Lake. We can't even get her out of prison. I mean,
Tina
what
Peters,
the hell?
yeah.
Tina Peters.
Let me get involved in this, and I'll
Tina
get a group together.
Peters.
We're gonna get her out. So come on, quit playing
Yeah, and
around
the
with
military
it.
was
Get her out.
all over that shit. I mean, in other words, it's kind of funny, but Trump's willing to break rules overseas, but
Right.
he's not willing to break the rules here in our
Yeah.
country because he's so fucking paranoid of looking like a dictator. He's not a dictator, okay? But he has to pull rank at some point to make change.
Let me throw this at you, Carrie. Again, I don't play devil's advocate either way, but I think you're right 100%. But here's the thing. In other countries, they're not under, quote unquote, U.S. laws as they're laid out in whatever constitution they're going by. In my opinion, is that Two things that are in my mind. Number one, we can't get justice in the courts because it's a completely captured operation. And number two, when this is all said and done, projected in the future, they've taken the entire global satanic architecture down. And of course, you want to have the people shift spiritually, so psychologically, so we never repeat this again, or we never let it happen again. But at the end of the day, we or they need to use their laws that they passed against them by the book 1000%. So they can never say there's illegitimacy here. You broke the law. So if they're doing this through the process of the laws that they cannot violate, that these scumbags put in place for their benefit now being used against them, maybe, just maybe, that's why it's operating differently here. Breaking the laws overseas, we're not bound to those. We are, at least mentally, psychologically, bound to the Constitution, even if it's the false one that they created, after 1871. But at least they're making this bulletproof, so they can't say in 10, 20, 50, 100 years, they illegally stole the country, they broke these laws. Then it'll be like, no. Their laws were corrupt and criminal to serve them, and they used the exact same legal system to bury them legitimately, honorably, honestly.
But the judiciary is actually breaking laws every day, and they're actually pulling rank in ways they weren't even supposed to.
Yes,
And
but
one of the things that I
constitutionally, because of that, the Constitution makes way for, okay, this branch of government can no longer serve.
I don't see a shutdown.
And
I
then
don't
it
see
goes,
a,
and then
I
it goes
don't
to
see
military
them.
tribunal.
I
How do
don't
you
see
get
Trump
everything in
getting in
military
their face.
tribunal? The only way the
No,
country accepts military
I'm
tribunals is
sorry,
because the
but
justice
I
system is
investigated the
so
Jim
corrupted.
Peters situation. There is an oversight body that exists in the federal government that should have shut Colorado down and did not do so.
Yes.
They shouldn't have taken the case. There's legal grounding for what I'm saying here. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just like there was legal grounding also for Sidney Powell to come forward with the real evidence. I can't even count the number of years ago. Okay.
Right.
But let's just say 4 years ago. Even then, a lot of this, when you get into the niceties of the legal system, a lot of times you do have a leg to stand on to actually change things. And it's whether you make the move, whether you take the initiative and absolutely stand up, the way Trump has stood up against the World Economic Forum. In other words, you can't have a judiciary where you keep letting them take control and nobody fights the real battle. See, they go sideways.
Agreed. I'm going to ask you a question on that. Agreed 100%. I'll ask you a question on that.
Absolutely.
But is the overall mission to basically take down this global power structure, or is it to provoke the wide eye opening? I'm not talking about the left you can't capture. They're lobotomized. There's a 15% are lost forever. I'm talking about the elevating the gravity in the minds and souls of we the people like us, that again, you can't tell them the truth. Sometimes you must show them. My opinion is they have got to show look, we're awake. We're talking to the choir. We're together all the time, every day. Our audiences, they already know all this. But you have this faction out there that, again, is supporting what's happening. They're on the same side as we are, but they're not junkies like we are, discovering the minutia. My belief is you go into a country, Mike, you gotta change hearts and minds. I believe here too, you gotta change hearts and minds. You've got to show the people the gravity of this crime syndicate, including the judiciary, for people to not get in the way if we do need to go to military tribunals. Yeah, they can wipe out the whole global cabal on the planet, but they're going to be in control in 20, 25, 30 years again, because the same people are going to do the same shit. And our people have no vested play in helping part of this process. They've done nothing. They sat back and they're again, you say, hey, here's what happened. Okay, great. Let's continue on. Got a great world. The people have to change at the spiritual or soul level through all this bullshit that has to come down on our head like a wrecking ball to get us to say, never, never again can we allow this to happen. I think, when we've seen this all the time, now comes the pain, now comes the pain. We were all like, yeah, we're going to take the pain to these bastards, these killers and criminals and governments and everything. Maybe that pain is supposed to be also for us. We have to go through the pain. We've abdicated our responsibilities in a republic. Even when we knew the threat was bearing on us over the last 100 years, we still abdicated it for whatever reason. I don't know. But if we don't change as a nation, as a species, Planet of the Apes, the original one, when I was a kid, one ape killed another. Unheard of, to the point at the end of the movie, he had all these apes surrounding the one that killed another, and their standard chant, ape has killed ape. The most foreign thing to that species. Until we get to that, we're never going to stop killing each other. Yep. And what does it come from? It comes from scarcity on the planet, scarcity of resources, which isn't true. They steal everything that can help humanity and hide it and all that. So I wonder if the grand plan is, I agree with everything you're saying, but I wonder, as a grand plan, is these people need to go through their own shit, shock, and awe on them to understand why it's critical to play a role in your own freedom. It's not gifted to you, and you don't have to feed it, water it, take care of it. And I'm wondering, is that possibly why we're going through all this bullshit that we are unhappy about? Is that why? I don't know.
The show's not for us. It's for the normies, for the other people who haven't woken up yet, right? I do have to run. I have to get on my own show. Guys, I appreciate y'all having me. Carrie, good to see you again. Jaco, Scott, always Carrie. Hope you guys all have a great one. Take care. Appreciate you having me on, Scott.
Thanks for coming in, brother. Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
Mike, you want to pick up on that? And I got to have Carrie's response too, because they're always thought-provoking. Pisses me off sometimes, but it's thought-provoking. Hey, Carrie, slapping you high five.
You know, I'm the guy that's is going to call you out, and I'm calling it out. It's like we've been talking about this for, since Trump's last administration, that he's going to go after the deep state. He's never done it. It's like I haven't really seen any action.
In this country, that's what I'm talking about.
We make excuses for him, and then we try and justify his actions and the actions of those that are doing pretty much nothing. Dan Bongino's like, you get me in there, we're gonna clean house, and he got in there and he just went with the show. We it's like, what? Get the hell out of there. And he did, because he couldn't do anything. And now he's back to his show. What did you do, Dan? Nothing. So this is what we're seeing from these people. I guess we're going to have to rise up here pretty soon. This spring and summer, there's going to be some outrage from our side, and we're not going to put up with the bullshit from anybody. We're going to get things done. And if it takes, bringing in the wrecking ball, that's what's going to happen.
I like that.
Yeah, I have to push back against what you were saying there a little bit earlier, Scott, because, there's a way that people think they're at fault and they start to blame themselves, okay? And they go down this like really dark hole and it goes nowhere. I'm